And we got this. Big red button, and oh. My title is a bit out of frame. There we go. And we are live. We are recording. Everyone's going to see this. Nobody panic. Hey, you should be playing. All right. Thing. And go. I spent 3 hours cutting that theme song down. I want to use it, dang it. Oh, because I was signed into 2 games at once, it got confused. There we go. All right. Invited by Capt Pend of the Tiger Squadron, the Gungnir makes their way to the Wartorn Pehzo sector. They have been asked to assist in a three-pronged diplomatic strike to bring the local powers of the sector to a table. The Ganymede was sent to Wudra to discuss things with the Wuhu Illuminated Worlds, and the Gungnir was asked to talk to the Chigo Alliance. Tiger Squadron, however, went to the Quaqua Prinicipalities and discovered that they had been constructing a superweapon, a massive space station fueled by the souls of their own citizens. However, the Chigo are on the brink of economic collapse, as they have lost 2 of their systems and several billion people in the last year. With their government and infrastructure in shambles, it would take a miracle to convince the Chigo that the window of peace is closing on them. All right. As we begin today's episode, we have a lot of space to cover in a short amount of time. So, Maldone, on a scale of 3 to 5, exactly how hard do you want to push the engines?
Let's go ahead and start off with a 4.
Start off with solid.
Scale it up.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll scale it up to 5 if we feel like we're really, really, really gonna have a problem.
Yeah, and this is basically just pushing the engines as hard as you can to try to get there with enough time so you can talk to the Chigo and get things on the table before whatever the Quaqua is doing and comes to a head.
I see I have no momentum. I'm gonna have to buy all 5 of my dice with threat then. Lovely. Yep. Great way to start the day.
If you want, you could have Ross go to the engine room and create an advantage before you start throwing the engines into red line.
You know, that's a pretty good idea.
So do some preparation before, or you open up the throttle. Ross, would you like to do that?
Yes, I will go do stuff to the engines to make sure they don't explode.
Not exploding engines is good. Engineering. Yep, control engineering diff 2, and this will just give you a flat advantage on running the engines hot. And then engines engineering from the ship. Oops.
Not a good start for the rolls tonight.
Do we have any way of pre-rolling that, or?
Is Russ the chief engineer?
He
Yes.
is the chief.
You do have staff that could possibly help you as your role advantage.
Yeah, can we throw left in for an assist?
Are you referring to Corbin? Are you referring to an NPC, or are you talking about his seat power of being chief
His seat
engineer?
power.
Okay. Which just gives an advantage. Which, yeah, you could throw that in and
Oh,
make
I have bold engineering. I can reroll that d20.
You have to buy a D20 with a threat before
I
you.
shall do so.
You have to do that before you make the roll.
Yeah, but with the cherry bonus, you make that diff 1, so we're good.
Yep, that's where we're getting at. So, yep, we have the advantage that the engines are well tuned. All right, so we have one advantage. We have a diff 4 our check. Is there anything else, any other advantages we want to make before we jump into this big roll?
What up? I will do a rally.
That work? What inspiring things do you tell to your people?
Probably should have thought of it. But it also doesn't help that I'm nursing a teeny headache. But
I mean, I'm not expecting a Picard level speech each on the spot, but just vague ideas, general directions you want to go with it.
I did the same thing pretty much. Everyone to get ready because this is our first major mission for this vessel.
Major mission for the vessel, and anything else? Maybe something along the lines of how important this mission could be.
Yes.
Allusions to the past and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, pretty much throwing in this is first mission, and and the rundown of the mission.
All right.
Let me just pull up my sheet. And
Yep. Presence command div 0. And swing for the fences.
And I'm going to take a threat GM for 3 beautiful dice.
1 threat for 3 dice.
Damn, I forgot the name of the medal that I. I remember the medal I got. I'm not gonna use it yet, so yeah, just normal 3 dice.
What's the effect of the medal?
It was the one that if I spend a threat, I could just roll to ignore the adding to the pool.
Okay, so roll 1 challenge dice. And on effect.
No, I'm not gonna do it.
Okay.
Rerolling that 0.
There we go.
And that's for momentum.
Excellent.
All right. And Holana did bring up the chart course, Arst.
Yes.
That would definitely help. Either you can do it with astro navigation, or you might have an NPC that will be better suited.
What's the roll on that going to be?
Reason Con, div 3, assisted by Computers Con.
I can handle it.
All right.
We're going to buy 2 dice. First one with threat, second one with momentum.
One dice threat, another dice momentum. Excellent. And then Computers Con. Computers Con from the ship. Nice.
I can roll with that.
Momentum generated. So that brings the difficulty down by I1, and you can bring it down further or for every 2 momentum, if you would like.
Can I change the difficulty of the roll I'm trying to make? I'd like to roll a 5 instead.
Yes, you may.
Then we'll spend 4 momentum to bring it down to 3.
And one of those was the float from Fingers and Thumbs, because you are doing this on a computer.
Yep.
Okay. So this can be diff 5 ag roll. You have the advantage of engines tuned, and we brought down 1. You actually brought it down by 3, because hitting it gets 1, and then for every 2 after that you bring down another. So it's down to a diff 2, and you have 1 advantage.
Okay. We're gonna break out 2 dice, 1 with threat, 2 and the second one with momentum, and then make the roll.
Sounds good.
And that wasn't even the right dice, because that is the ship. What am I doing? Control gone. disregard that ship roll then.
And then engines con on for the ship. Excellent. So we have 5, 6 on a diff 2. So you got 4 momentum off that. As after some careful calculation and a little finagling with the engines, the ship jumps off to warp. There's a little bit of a rattle underneath it, but it evens out after a few moments. As she is tearing across space and super quickly. You have a couple days of preparations and study to make before you arrive. Diplomatic attaché, would you like to make any preparations for this possibly problematic meeting?
Yeah, I'll do some reading on the Chigo Alliance as we currently know it through the Diplomatic Corps, just to be up to date. Making sure the power hasn't changed hands too drastically or what have you.
I'm always waffling.
Led by a military junta.
I'm always torn between command or con on for checking up on diplomatic standings.
It's up to you.
I'm kind of thinking con. Let's stick that mostly with con.
Galactic politics focus.
Absolutely. And let's see, this is a known race. We've been there for a while. Have they been updated recently? When was last contact with the Chigo? A couple months ago?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna spend in some threat to reflect that the information might be a bit stale. But you do get some assistance from the computers, con.
I am going to steal some. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to spend 1 momentum.
Momentum.
And claw it right back.
Okay. You are updated on the situation with the Chigo concern, which you, the player, probably knows slightly more than what I do.
I'd like to spend a momentum to obtain information. If they're basically, I'm checking to see if they are in the midst of calling for, like if they're in distress yet, like if there's any news coming out that they're dire, or that they haven't really broadcast what Starfleet knows. Like Starfleet knows that they're in a crisis, but do they know as we're heading there?
Dude,
Or if they do know it, are they advertising it?
If the Chigo are advertising the fact that they're in dire straits.
Yeah.
Okay. I will accept that. Officially, they've been in fairly tight-lipped about it. They seem to be either really he confident or in denial of how dire straits their infrastructure and economy is in? So Starfleet has been looking at them going, "Are you sure you need help?" And the Chigo haven't really confirmed nor denied the accusations that there's no, there's nothing wrong over here. I know what you're talking about. There has been in some economic refugees, interesting way of putting it, of freelance Chigo have been leaving the 5 systems and kind of spreading around the surrounding sectors, just leaving, but they don't seem to be saying that they're leaving in a crisis. They are more saying, "Oh, well, I'm looking for other opportunities," is the narrative they're giving. So again, either tight-lipped or in denial about their own economic situation.
And one more obtain information question. Is there any news in the diplomatic grapevine about how the Chigo feel about the Maxwell Planck and Starfleet getting involved in their affairs? Because I know that their ship is ahead of us already. So I want to measure how edgy they are, because I know they're a xenophobic race normally, so I don't know how. I just want to measure to see if using the Maxwell Planck as a sort of the toe in the water, how hot is the water, how hostile or indifferent are they to Starfleet's presence?
As of this point, I'm not exactly sure what Myth and the Maxwell Planck Inc. would be doing there. Myth, if enlighten us, as you've been tasked to go to the Chigo Alliance, what would your actions be, or what would you attempt to do?
So I was sent there with infrastructural support deployment stuff, as well as some capacity to generate emergency supplies as an outreach, because we know their economy is crashing.
Which
after
the
getting there,
the Gungnir also has similar infrastructure and emergency supply.
Yeah, they have much more than I do. We were basically sent there because we feared the situation might be devolving quickly.
Yep, pretty much. And with the Gungnir being a frontier and colonial support, you have a lot more engineering and teams and just equipment on hand, and to basically
larger replicators.
Larger replicators. You're able to drop in and assist a colony really quickly and really efficiently. This is kind of your jam. But Planck was closer. Planck is doing what they can.
Yeah. So I would have been reaching out to government officials, trying to figure out where and how I can deploy my stuff to be most effective.
Government officials aren't blocking you, but they're also not exactly helping. They're just like, I mean, if you want to give out free stuff, that's fine. We're probably just going to grab it and sell it anyways. But I mean, free stuff just means more profit for us, is kind of their attitude. At least at the governmental level, on the ground, actually helping in the Chigo, they are wary, but they're wary and they're really cautious. They're only taking the absolute bare minimum, like water rations and protein bars. Nothing much more complicated or involved than that. And even then, they're really suspicious of the protein bars.
Makes sense.
But they are taking them, and they do aim to be grateful, and several of them are coming back.
All right. We're doing what we can with that, trying to find the places in the most dire straits, I guess. Well, I'm continuing to try to negotiate to, let us help you fix your tech from being proprietary and locked down to something that you can actually use for more than 2 years.
Yeah, the planned obsolescence thing. That's another issue.
Yep. Corporation that sold them all that stuff is gone now.
You are within in Federation. You are within communication range. If you want to establish communications, we can totally make a roll for that.
Yeah. If my sensor team tells me that Gungnir's approaching, I'll definitely set up hails.
Yeah, this will probably be about 3 days in. So, Gungnir's been in at high warp for 3 days, and you've probably been there 3 days to a week.
Mm-hmm.
Control, engineering. The tall grass area does have comm buoys. Do they have a
they
buoy
recently
network?
had to replace them due to the concern attacking not that long ago. But there's fresh new ones out there now.
Nice.
Hooray!
Oh, joy.
And comms plus NG and Plank can assist with comms NG.
Right. Yep. Yeah, I'll
Rust.
just make this roll because it's easier for me to just do that.
Yeah.
Engineering. Focus in Starfleet protocols. I'm establishing contact as soon as possible.
And this is very much within protocol, so yeah, I'll accept that.
All right. And take a threat.
I mean, if I have to.
Yeah.
Okay, and the ship roll, either Plank or Gungnir. I'm okay with either one helping. There we go. Gain 2 momentum. As you establish communication. Calder, would you like this on the bridge or in the ready room?
I'll do it on the bridge.
Okay. You start on the bridge. Any senior staff member or Eric can attend.
I'd probably be on the bridge at this point.
Yep. And communication is established.
This is the USS Maxwell Planck, the USS Gungnir, establishing communications in relation to our shared diplomatic outreach to Chigo Alliance systems. Wow.
I mean, they were concerning for a little while there.
Yeah.
Hello there. This is Captain Graham Calder of the USS Gungnir.
Greetings, Captain. Commander Myth. Our current outreach attempts have been somewhat stifled on the governmental level, so I've had to deploy my emergency assistance at a local level in more of the heavily affected communities. I have not yet been able to make any infrastructural modifications or assistance on the planet that I'm currently orbiting. Yes.
It's obvious you're an android, right?
Uh,
How obvious is it?
somewhat.
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 Sung type android or
Yes, actually.
Yes.
I mean, I think I.
And it'd be on file.
Yeah, more importantly, it's on file.
On file
Yeah.
that she's a soon type android.
Has a lot more flush of life to her skin, though.
Mhm.
Unlike most Sung types.
The eyes are definitely still there, though.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, speech pattern, way she carries herself, those things.
Mm.
Yeah, I think I would have I've been told or known from the last time we met.
Yep, easily.
we need one of those.
Afraid they're not being mass produced.
Yeah, it's a law.
yeah.
It's a strange law, kind of a thing to prevent mass production.
That and the technical locks, but yeah, you're all in the same room. You can discuss the situation instead of goggling over or myths, unusual biology or lack thereof.
Mhm.
Sorry, myth.
Mm-hmm. What is your estimated arrival?
Maldone, you would know. Oh, you're still about 3 to 4 days out.
We've got about 3 to 4 days. We'll be arriving.
Understood. I would suggest that we exchange information as to what supplies I've been able to requisition for this mission and what you'll be bringing, so I'll be able to communicate our capabilities more fully to the Chigo Alliance government.
That's definitely something that could be done.
Pardon me, Commander, Captain. I was wondering how much contact you've had with the Chigo government. From my reports, it seemed that they were speaking with you, but I'm starting to worry from the reports I've heard that they are appropriating for profit rather than for the mission of mercy you've been sent on.
Yes, that has been my concern when speaking to government officials. That is why I have been deploying mostly locally and with small amounts of resources.
Have you tried approaching some more of the local leadership, municipalities, regional such leaders, rather than the interstellar leadership, perhaps making a more organized distribution? Since when it comes to recovery efforts, an organized effort rather than just passing it out randomly tends to go more smoothly.
Looks puzzled for a moment. I had not considered the possibility that different levels of the administration might have separate opinions on their policy. No.
As I generate you threat out of the ether.
Well, if they are a prosperity-based society, it would suppose that they would be similar to the Ferengi in that way, where they would have various people looking to get their cut, and the higher up the chain you go, the bigger a cut they're going to take on the way down.
That does follow. I can certainly attempt to reach out to local administrators. It's a tactic I have not pursued previously.
And if you find any information about these leaderships, like, say, news articles about them, criminal records, that sort of thing. I would greatly appreciate it if you were able to send it my way for examination. I may have some insights to share on how to best motivate the officials to be cooperative.
Very well. I will have Lieutenant Commander Dorja coordinate with you on that effort.
Thank you, Commander.
Any other senior officers have anything to add? Any questions? Anything to organize or prepare for? While you have Myth on the horn.
The lack of resources, is it because they can't produce it locally and it's normally imported, or what's the cause of the shortages?
Well, I can brief you on that, sir. The Chigo and their infinite wisdom, the concern, they had replicator technology, but they decided that for your benefit and for customer satisfaction and other nonsense, they've put planned obsolescence into their technology. So imagine a replicator with a big old fuel tank attached to it, and it slowly drains away. And it's a proprietary fuel that you can't get from anyone but the concern, which was fine for the Alliance until the concern vanished when the Tiger Squadron basically chased them away to wherever it is they go. And yeah. So now they have a bunch of replicators are slowly running out of fuel and no way to refuel them.
Additionally, they lost control of one of their major agricultural planets in the hostilities.
And there was a supernova. That's a thing.
What imports they did get were minimal through the rest of the Pehzo economic zone. So none of the Wuhu ever traded with them because they are sworn enemies, a perpetual war of centuries. The Quaqua and their people were the ones who traded, plus the Pehzo world itself. But according to diplomatic reports I've heard, for some reason that the Pehzo and the Quaqua are freezing them out. So now they have no trading partners. And they've yet to really establish any formal trade relation with us on a interstellar level, just the odd independent merchant here or there.
That is a mission that I'm afraid my ship is not terribly suited for.
Do you have schematics of one of these proprietary replicators that you can send me?
I think I actually do, out of character. I think I actually do, because I performed maintenance on them at one point.
I would say for 2 momentum, you can and have them and forward it.
All right.
It might take a little bit to actually be convinced to hand one of these rare replicators for you to take apart and look at, but
Yeah, because the last one that Tiger Squadron saw was in Federation space, because they tried to sell those things to Federation citizens, and they were like, why are replicators not working? And the Tiger Squadron found out, oh, these are planned obsolescence. That's dumb.
Yeah.
We're going to give you real replicators now.
Yeah.
Yep. Ross, do you have the schematics on your computer?
I'll be working for a way to uncouple these things from their proprietariness and make them open source while we're on the way.
Myth. While you're on the ground, there is one peculiar thing you found. It's very small, but you've had a couple cases of people coming up with systematic organ failure. Chigo people.
Huh.
It just out of the blue, their organs is just systematically shut off, and your medical staff are kind of puzzled as to what the heck's going on. There's no linking their cases or anything.
Mm-hmm.
But it's been like 5 people, but even 2 people dying of the same thing is kind of peculiar, especially something of that nature.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'll definitely have my medical staff look into whether they could have proprietary cloned organs that have some sort of planned failure date, because that seems like, knowing Chigo cloning tech and all that seems like something that could happen.
Your medical teams haven't had time to do like full autopsies and stuff on that, but between now and when you guys meet up, you can have that study done. You'll do a roll in the intervening days.
All right.
Anyone else from the Gungnir have any questions about the Chigo?
This medical issue, it's not something I could have weighed in on, is it?
You're on the bridge and you heard about it, but you're not on site yet. You're still 3 days out.
I would probably... Could you go ahead and send me the files on that? I'd like to take a look at them and on what you do have and just kind of start putting pen to paper on it if you could.
Yes, I'll have my CMO forward you the files.
Thank you.
If there's nothing further?
Yep. Alder or Shuthrak, anything you need to add? Questions, concerns, snide remarks?
Can't think of anything.
Cameron?
Cameron, are you there?
Lights on, no one's home? All right. Okay, and with that, you still have 3 days to go, but are starting to prepare some paperwork. And that, we close the channel. Frost. After this comes up, Ensign Bailey, he asked to speak with you in person or in private.
Okay, I'll have the ensign step into my office.
And just bring it down here. She comes in. She comes in and says, "So, apparently there's a rumor going around the ship that I am pregnant with the captain's child."
Why?
Really? Where could such a horrible thing have come from? It's not true, is it?
It is most certainly not true. I was sick the other day because I had bad tofu, not because I was having morning sickness. I want these rumors to stop.
Where have you heard them?
Mess hall, some snide remarks on the bridge, and today someone left me a pregnancy care package on my quarters. That was kind of the last straw.
Well, I will immediately make a shipwide announcement that you are not pregnant with the captain's baby.
Nothing that... I don't want like an announcement on this. I just wanted to stop.
Oh, I will discreetly do what I can do.
Thank you. And that justified the threat spend I made made a month ago. The rumors hadn't quite gotten to command staff yet, so you guys were all ignorant that this was happening. This was junior level. Oh, BS. Ross,
Also,
besides,
wasn't I presumed dead for a decent amount of time?
yeah, you presumed dead, and because Bailey was crying and sobbing so hardly at your wake, they thought that you two were together, and she was mourning not just her captain but her lover. And the rumors went from there.
Terrible, terrible rumors.
It was horrible. Rust, how would you like to handle this besides just announcing this ship, please stop?
I will go to the different department heads and ask them to discreetly try and put a stop to the rumors. If they hear people repeating them or that kind of thing, just to say, no, it's not true. Please stop passing this along. Otherwise, you could find yourself in front of Starfleet HR.
Which is you. You're Starfleet HR.
Right.
Diff 2. It's been going on for a while now, though. Presence command difficulty 3 to get that out to the department heads and kind of just go down the hierarchy to no, this isn't okay, make it stop. Will Bailey be mentioned in by name or just this or would you keep names out of it?
We'll keep names out of it.
Very good.
Just say an officer has reported rumors, etc., etc.
All right, Presence command diff 3.
I will also use a point of momentum.
Okay.
Oh, criminy.
Do you want to re-roll or?
Yes, I'll attempt to reroll.
With what value?
By my sheet here. Support your peers and subordinates.
Yeah, she's your subordinate in peer.
Oh, for the love of...
You actually end up starting a rumor.
Oh, I've got a palm leaf. I'm going to use that. That reduces the difficulty by 1.
Man, staff are fighting it. It must be true.
This is kind of a diplomatic situation. I'll allow the palm leaf to apply. For some reason.
Hey, it works for persuade task.
Wow.
That makes sense. You're using the palm leaf to tell your crew to stop spreading rumors that one of the crew members is pregnant with the captain's daughter. Or son. I don't know. It's way too early to tell.
No, I like specifically that the rumors have already decided.
Yeah, I agree.
Even though it's way too early to tell.
So I just burned my
There's an
determination into metal to do this, so...
There's an ensign down in medical who already has a holographic representation of what a child looks like.
Yeah.
Spending 2 threat? No, I'm not doing that.
Do it.
The rumors are quickly the newsletter is dispatched, and any and all reports of rumor milling will be dealt with swiftly and reported to you if necessary. Is Calder included on this list?
No, we will not mention this to him.
If you did, shit's about to be draconian.
I think we can handle this without overloading the captain's plate with additional ship riffraff business.
Okay. Meantime, myth. We were going to look into this random dying off thing.
Yeah.
Kind of weird.
It's
No idea
concerning.
no idea whose demented mind that came out of. Would we say that we're familiar with Chigo physiology at this point? Has Starfleet officers ever?
For the low price of so many bars of platinum, we could totally be aware of that sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
In that case, no. That's going to be a plus difficulty.
Because they charge for everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I remember. It was so much
You
fun.
want medical files? Sure, we'll sell you medical files. You
Uh,
want my medical files specifically? I'll sell them to you.
Reason medicine difficulty 4, partly due to the strangeness of the disease, partly due to, for some reason, you are unfamiliar with Chigo physiology because no one's offered to pay for Chigo physiology books.
Yeah. Let's see. Alright, I'm gonna use one of my supports here because I have no medicine ability. Use my medical officer, Dr. Rensuth. Let's see. Focus in genetics?
Surprisingly, yes.
Okay. Reason medicine. It's gonna be a 14. Now, can I use the trait Romulan here to just be like, well, she's got some information. She's not gonna report how she got it.
So we're pulling from that angle that they're using Romulan information channels.
Yeah.
Increased complication.
I'll take it.
Increased complication, bringing the diff down 1. Increased comp by 1.
Yep. I probably could have more easily used one of the Planck's traits, but this is funny.
This is funny, and it would make sense.
1 threat for bold.
Yep. And Dr. Bog, you can roll an assist on this, as the two of you are collaborating over distance.
Alright, so I just roll 1 dice on this, right?
Yep.
Is that a
this one.
32?
How do you
I
roll
rolled them
30?
exploding.
Oh goodness.
Okay, I'm gonna reroll that.
How do,
My,
yes, Bog?
well, I've got the biology, xenobiology, but I've also got the quick study that could help here. So, I don't know
Actually, with you being a quick study, I will allow that to transfer over and bring down the diff by 1.
Okay.
So we're now at diff 2, comp 1.
Yep.
And computer's medicine from the plank.
On it. Medicine.
I'm assuming again 8 hits on this, and focus
Yes.
range of 4.
So 1 crit and 2 hits.
All right, so that is 4, 5, 6 on a diff 2. So that's 4 momentum generated. Where were we going with this? This is... Here's the precise line I wanted. It appears to be a lysine failure. The amino acid lysine is not being produced in their body. They had some stores of it, but after a certain period of time, their body just stopped.
Right. Can we tell if this is due to like a change in diet?
For one momentum, yes.
Sure. That sounds like a dietary nutrient they're not getting for whatever reason.
Actually, no. Most organisms, they produce their own lysine in their neural structure.
Is this a genetically engineered, like, timer? Or failsafe or something?
You look over, or there... for one momentum, I can answer that.
Yeah.
You look over their genetic code, and peculiarly enough, it is a genetic timer, but the gene sequence that is inserted is way too clean. It is too cleanly inserted.
We lost you there. Or at least I did. It's a genetic...
It is genetically engineered, but the gene that was inserted was too cleanly inserted. It doesn't have the roughness that post-zygotic gene in genetic engineering would show. When you try to do genetic engineering on a person past the zygote stage, there's telltale signs of genetic engineering around the gene expression. This doesn't show any of that.
So this is genetically engineered from the start that way?
Yep. Almost like someone's trying to kill these people as their babies.
Diabolical.
But yet they haven't been dead, so how old are most of these people?
Actually, what's the average lifespan of a Chigo? Are they like 20 years, or are they average humanoid? Has that been expressed? Average humanoid. So yeah, these people are in their like 40s and 50s. And the timer is just running out on them.
But they've had a store all their life that's been running out? Or has it been replenished in some way over time?
No. Oh, what's happening is the lysine producing gene has been working all this time, and then all of a sudden it just switched off, and they've just been slow, and that's when the symptoms start, and they just start collapsing after that gene is switched off.
Huh. Okay.
Dr. Bog, any questions?
Yes. This process that this has been, this is something that's genetically modded them from the word go. Is it something that they're being exposed to after conception, like right after conception, or is this something that the adults themselves have been genetically engineered to cause this anomaly?
Is it inheritable? Basically.
Yeah. You're asking if this is inheritable, or?
Yeah, is this something that well, not really. I'm trying to determine whether or not this is something that's done. That's basically these people have been infected with something that is causing this, and that's why we're seeing this in all the people now, or was this something that was done? Well, I guess that's the question. I mean, what was the mode of causation? That's probably what I'm looking for. You know, what is this something that was done globally to people, or is this something that's happening at a facility or something, you know?
As of now, all the cases are coming from one specific facility on that, Myth and the Plank are running in like a field hospital to just help people, and some of them coming to the field hospital for standard checkups, and they show up a day or two later with systematic organ failure. But otherwise, this doesn't look like it's coming from anywhere else on the planet. None of the systems seem to be working with this.
So it's just a small group of folks that appears to have this issue. Not the entire,
as of this point, we're looking at it was 5 cases. By the time I'm the Plank gets back to you, we are at 8 cases.
Are these people part of any sort of minority among the Chigoans?
That's a good question.
Ooh, some cross-sectionality. They're not in a minority, but they tend to be upper class people, or people who are in positions of power or leadership.
Interesting.
Business owners, municipal pental, municipal leaders.
So this is target. That's kind of what I was getting at. I guess is that it is targeted.
It seems to be targeted, but it's not pairing elsewhere in the. It's not pairing elsewhere in the Chigo Alliance.
All right.
And actually, I have to spend threat for raisins.
Raisins, yum.
Corbinian brings up a point in Discord. Usually, upper class people in a civilization are the last to get sick. So, it might be something that they're being specifically exposed to. Any other questions you want to do? Follow-ups? Do you want to do any tests?
Yeah, I'd like to see if it's again, I guess I don't quite know how to explain it, but basically, is it a biotoxin that's being delivered to these people? Is it something that's been placed in a water source that's, genetically engineered to only target these people? Just kind of that sort of general information. And also I'd like to know if we can work up a scan where with a tricorder, we can determine if somebody has this prior to, they're coming in dead, and is there a way to reverse it?
Okay.
Sounds like turning back on the gene expression of the lysine producer would fix it, but we don't know what's causing the
basically you need to track
genetic
it down.
trigger to turn off.
Okay, so let's do this one roll all at a time. Let's do. This is going to be for tracing it and preventative measures. Would that be what you do first, or would you go for tracing triggers? There's like a couple roles in there, and I'm trying to group them up.
I feel like tracing triggers, probably.
Do you want to trace the triggers first, or do you want to look for cure and preventative measures?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Cures and preventative measures first, yeah.
Okay. Reason medicine. But you do have quick study, so that will bring it down one difficulty. And computers. Medicine. From the Gungnir, Dr. Bog can do a reason medicine difficulty 3 assisted by computers medicine.
Okay. So
And-
I'll use
And
my technical expertise.
the doctor from the plank can also assist. If you'll be sharing this over the waves.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
All right, so I'll use technical expertise for a reroll.
Absolutely.
And all right, yeah. Go. Reroll that. There we go.
All right. Focus in genetics again.
Dr. Bog, you're
Assist.
rolling daring security?
I rolled something wrong, didn't I?
Yeah.
Whoops. Reason medicine.
Yep.
Hey, but I was doing awesome with that even.
Yeah. Punch the
you would
people back to health.
You would have a focus in xenobiology. Any additional dice you want to get?
For me?
Yeah.
I think with everybody we ought to be fine.
Okay.
There we go.
There we go.
All right. And then here's the assist.
And then computers medicine from the ship.
Well, I clicked roll. There we go.
Excellent. Gain one momentum. Myth was on the right idea of just basically turning on the gene expression. And again.
Okay.
Easy enough to do. Now that you kind of know what you're looking for, you can do a very simple genetic screening of any Chigo that walks in, and you'll be able to screen them and say, "Hey, there's an issue with you. Here, take this medicine, stab them in the neck. They're good."
Actually, is there a way to feed that to the ship's sensors? Ours and what's the other ship's name?
Maxwell Planck.
Yeah. Can we give that information to the science folks there, and they can maybe even do a orbital scan to find this issue with the people? And maybe we can preemptively, before they start coming in, or we just have the one point where they're coming into the medical facility, maybe we can get a jump on this and find everybody at once?
Yeah, try to catch them early out in the wild.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
For 2 momentum, I'll allow that to happen where you can and do this particular genetic scan from orbit.
What do you guys think? Is that maybe a smart thing to do?
Allows us to determine if it is truly localized or if that's a sampling bias.
Okay, let's go ahead and do it then.
Absolutely. That advantage is set up. And then... Okay, so we have treatment, and then let's do one more roll for the triggering clause, and then we'll move to another scene. Sound good?
Okay,
good.
Reason medicine, triggers. I'm gonna spend 4 threat on this. as the universe is fighting back.
Aw. Universe? Why?
Reason medicine, difficulty 3, complication 2. And the doctor from the plant can also say.
All right, and this roll is for what again?
This is to try to find the trigger as to what is causing that genetic trigger to flip, and trying to see what
delivery method, basically.
Yeah, the delivery method.
Okay. I'm going to give you a threat for bold on this one.
Thank you kindly.
And here. I'm going to use my Starfleet Surgeon's decoration, and I can reduce the single medical task by 1 to a minimum of 1.
It is now diff 2.
Okay. Boom shakalaka.
And here's the assist.
And computer's
Gungnir is-
medicine. Yep.
Well, actually, they can re-roll that.
You can re-roll that, should you wish. Had to say it. 4, 5, 7. A lot of momentum off that. So it takes a while to figure this out, because basically you have one piece of the puzzle and you're trying to find the other piece of the puzzle, but you finally you figure it out. It is a particular mild toxin. Normally nothing egregious. Yes. But it's some sort of aerosolized toxin that comes from a beta Z plant, and generally it causes... It is technically a toxin, but it causes kind of euphoria and kind of happy tingling feelings as if inhaled deeply.
Crap, it's a drug.
Drug plant.
Drug
Well,
plant. But it is very...
And let me guess, it's expensive to get.
On this side of the galaxy, yes.
These people are doing it to themselves, and they don't even realize it.
I could reveal something for 1 momentum.
All right.
It would be a stretch to have a Chigo genetic mutation and fit so perfectly with a beta Z flower to cause lysine failure. There's like one too many coincidences in there, especially since the Chigo and beta Z are 200 light years apart. There's like one too many coincidences in that chain of events.
You mean that they're getting the flower?
That the flower would be triggering the lysine failure.
Okay, but this sounds like this might be something that's being cooked into a drug, an illicit drug, and sounds like they are maybe cutting it with something that's not good. But
sounds to me potentially like there's some foul play involved here still.
Exactly.
I think that foul play might be in the genetics, though, rather than in the plant.
Okay.
Because we have this, like, pre-built way to turn off lysine production inside the Chigo genome. Now, is that present only in the people who've exhibited a failure, or is that gene marker present in all the Chigo?
For one momentum, I can answer that, or you can run you can run and test on control groups and stuff.
Yeah, control groups are important. On that.
Yep. This genetic marker does not appear in any of the random control groups.
So a specific group of people, it has a pre-built off switch that is being triggered.
Interesting enough, on the second batch, one person shows up with a genetic marker, but they are not exhibiting any symptoms. They haven't been exposed to the toxin yet. So, like, you run one trial, like, okay, that's cool. Let's do another one, and on the second one of them randomly shows up.
Okay. And
also announcing I spent 2 threat for raisins.
is there any correlation between the people who have this genetic trigger and the portions of the population that have mirror universe heritage?
Ooh.
Ooh.
Forbidian, remind me about the mirror universe BS. I kind of forgot about that.
So, that's in the file, and I would have reported on that. So,
Yep.
The Chigo concern the Chigo used to be a thing long ago, centuries ago, and everything's hunky dory. Then all of a sudden, mysteriously, things started going super bad for them, and for 200 years, things have been bad. And there was this mysterious new Chigo concern that showed up. This new company that was saying, "Hey, buy more products, obey, watch TV," and everything was fine. Well, that concern is actually the mirrorverse of the Chigo, who came over here because where they're from is actually pretty screwed up. So over 200 years, there's been a mix of the mirrorverse Chigo and the primeverse Chigo. Now, supposedly, according to what Tiger Squadron said, all the mirrorverse people left with the Chigo concern because, well, it's almost like the Federation was super ticked at them about blowing up stars. So they left and took all their balls and went home. From what I'm overhearing, it is not unthinkable that some people have mixed heritage and might be susceptible to certain triggers. I abbreviated a lot because there's more story to that, but I hit
That's the
bullet
main
points.
Point. Considering I forgot about the mirror heritage stuff, you do a cross-examination, there doesn't appear to be any correlation between mirror universe heritage and this genetic expression. It appears the only factor that combines all these people is they happen to be in your clinics, and they are all people of somewhat power and prestige.
All right. Well, I thought it was worth a shot.
It was worth a shot, definitely. Curiouser and Curiouser.
These people do have a genetic difference to other Chigoans, but that genetic difference looks to have been baked into their genome way before they were born.
Yes.
And they all happen to belong to the same socioeconomic status class.
Yes. Which...
That's really weird.
That is really weird. And... yeah. Okay, so we have an advantage of orbital scans for genetic anomalies, which we'll get information on that as we arrive. And we also have a treatment plan. Also a treatment plan, and will be, your lysine production is turned off. Well, here's some supplementary lysine, and then we'll give you some epigenetics to reactivate your lysine production in the meantime.
Yeah, it's like you also may be allergic to this toxin. Beware.
Myth, would you like to put out a PDA about this Bajoran flower?
I thought it was a betazoid flower.
Betazoid flower, yes. Oh, PSA.
Like...
Sorry, I've been writing a teenage romp novel, and PDA was in my head.
Aha.
What? It wasn't my main character. It wasn't my main character. It was sidelong, and she was disgusted with it.
I don't think I want to put out a PSA really, but I think it's like when we're treating these people, it's kind of like give them a little bit of a rundown of like, if you experience these symptoms, here's what you should do. Here's some like emergency lysine. Avoid this triggering event.
Okay.
Is there any symptoms, or is this a situation where it's like, oh, I'm dead? That's the symptom.
I mean, there's symptoms like, oh god, I don't feel so good. My heart hurts. I'm having trouble breathing. My legs feel funny. Thud.
Okay.
There's some symptoms coming up to the death.
Okay.
There's a good 12-hour warning before you thud. And yeah, the ship can help. So you're basically just going to be coaching your medical staff to ask these questions? That's kind of the idea?
Yeah.
All right. Presence medicine, difficulty 2, assisted by communications medicine. Commander Myth, you can assist. As you're basically giving your doctor the go-ahead to make the authority to tell these things.
All right. Can I assist with presence command instead of presence medicine?
Yes.
Okay, good. My medicine's a 1. All right.
The non-biological person doesn't know much about biology.
I know, it's shocking. 1 threat for the good Dr. Sooth. For bold. And then focus in biotech here.
Yes.
That, and then my assist. Oops, that's my ship. My assist. I definitely don't have focus here.
And then communications medicine from the plank.
Yep.
I'm being really generous with this ship assist.
I mean, it often makes sense for the ship to assist with things.
And I like it like, oh, I'm going to tell this message to the entire crew. Okay, the ship's going to help with communicating that. Yeah. Making sure it gets to the right people and they're dutifully notified. 2 momentum is generated, and your ground team's aims are aware to tell any Chigo that are experiencing these symptoms what to look out for and keep an eye out for these symptoms and these genetic triggers.
Mm-hmm. I guess I'll probably have security start looking into the I'll have my security start looking into the prevalence of this plant, see who and how it's being distributed, if possible. Perform an investigation to see if there is malicious intent.
Absolutely. We'll follow up on that at next scene. But yeah, we'll keep that in mind. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Commander Rost, you have some broken and replicators to fix.
Right.
And funny enough, this is gonna be extended task. Let me scroll through here. Where is it? So, we're not gonna get this all done in one scene. This is meant to be this is probably gonna be like a week-long project trying to undo centuries of planned obsolescence that the Chigo concern baked into their technology. So, that should probably be white, so you can get to 5. Magnitude 4. Resistance 3. Reason engineering, work track 23. This is a huge project you're undertaking, so I would guess you would like some assistance on this.
I think so.
You do have a whole department you can throw at this. However you want to do it. You can also call up NPCs needs to do specific roles, or players if you think they might be helpful. So, first roll out the gate is difficulty 5, reason engineering. How do you want to do this?
Yeah, what can we do about getting the engineering department to, I guess, bring down that difficulty?
You can, and just bring them in, and they can bring down the diff by 1. So diff 5, and then the ship can assist with computers. At this point, sensors, because we're still trying to figure out what the heck actually happened inside there. Diff 4 with the engineering teams. Holana has said that they're willing to help if you're willing to accept.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Alright, would you like to activate any NPCs?
Yeah, I'm just wondering here if engineering is good or science is good.
May want to consider grabbing one of your lesser used engineers to give them some experience, so they get an activation. Unless you happen to have someone on your staff that's really good at extended tasks.
Could be the case. Yeah.
I think we just have the one engineering officer, but if you want to generate another one really quick, we could totally do that.
Let's see, we've got left, and I think there was another one. Let's see.
Yamezi Ukaji?
Right.
A Benzite.
No, I just don't have a face yet.
Well,
Who's
the
to
name
say they'll
didn't-
ever have a face?
The name didn't tip me off, so I was like, oh, that could be any species name. I don't know what that is.
But yeah, they're part of your engineering staff, and they haven't been activated before, so
All right,
give them
well,
some.
Imagine Leaf isn't.
We'll activate Maisie there and give them some experience.
Yeah, it's good to pull out your crew support as every once in a while to give them experience, because the more you use them, the better they get. And Lana's down here. And Russ, would you like to purchase additional dice?
Yes, I'm going to purchase 2 additional dice.
With threat, momentum, blood sacrifice.
Blood sacrifice.
I didn't know that was an option.
We're getting an extra instant around here.
Yeah. Gonna have to remember that for the future.
No momentum. All right, so that's 4 for me. Trying to see if I have a focus that might apply here. Matter antimatter reactors close to replicator technology enough?
Not really. Transport
Yeah,
of
we're trying.
replicators or jury raking or xenotech. Maybe. That's presence command, not reason
Whoops.
engineering.
8 and 13 still hit though. I
It
don't
still
think
hit.
17 or 16 would have hit.
Well, I like the other one better.
Yeah, I was willing to just read them and go through. And then
Maisie.
Kaji's roll and the ship's roll.
Feel bad for this new support. This just counts as their first activation. It's like, no, you don't get anything cool. You just get to get cool things next time.
There we go.
I mean, the ship helps. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on a diff 4. Okay, 1 momentum off that. Ross, go ahead and roll me. Your engineering's 5, so you're gonna be rolling 7 challenge dice, and Ukaji can roll 1 challenge dice.
All right.
Oh, and 1 bonus loading.
Hang on, I didn't hit enter there.
There we go.
Akaji gets 1, you said?
Yes, 1 for assisting. Lana. Yeah, just one assist gets to roll a challenge dice. Six, 9, 3. So that is 6. Which means we got 1 breakthrough. And difficulty down by 1.
I would suggest, since my bonus is floating, it's gonna poof before the next roll. I just use it for piercing to get some extra work toward the track. Because if
Yeah,
you
that
haven't
makes
filled the
sense.
work track, you'll get another thing. You might get another thing, or you'll force the GM to spend threat. Either way, good things.
Now the test trackers. All right, so piercing that removes 2 resistance.
Mhm.
Oh. Work. Yep, as you found out that not only do they have this as proprietary fuel, but they have some ingenious back engineering to where if you were to put any other fuel into the system, it bricks it. But through careful engineering, you'd be able to remove such a trigger in the first place. Well, that's like one of at least a dozen and planned obsolescent things they have in this.
Man, that's just evil.
And with that, we will. With that, we will move to the Chigo space as you finally arrive in system. Hey, the extended task went with us. Cool. As you finally arrive in system, up here is Shosku, where DSE is located. Plank will be down by the... I believe it was Quasi that I wanted to be next to. Oh no, Quasi's the interesting. Kakuflu is the system you've been hanging out at.
All right.
And Gungnir, you who managed to drop in. Let's get a background song going. All right, the Kakuflu system. Actually, he has one of the better star bases that are left in the Chigo Alliance. The main planet in the system has a dense atmosphere but they only have tens of thousands of people on the planet. But this seems to be one of the better hubs. Yeah, so it's about the capital and about where the one of the best places to centralize the aid at. As Gungnir, you enter orbit. So places we have to go. We have the field hospitals down on the ground. You can and also request a meeting with the. Of course, I forgot to write down their name. Urbanian, where was it? Ankh Kapoor. Pokar. The Alliance leader. Yeah, you can request a meeting with Ankh Pokar, the Alliance leader, and there's also a criminal investigation to go into. Maybe. Not sure yet. And there's also a lot of things to do on the ground regarding infrastructure and replacing bridges, replacing power systems, communication relays, and that kind of stuff. So, who would like to go where? Calder. We've been neglecting you all night.
It's fine.
Where would you like to go? We have a meeting with Ampokar to discuss trade agreements and alliance between the Chigo and the Federation, that kind of stuff. There's also a possible criminal investigation involving the whatever's going on at the ground hospital.
I think it might be time to split the party.
Yeah, kind of. So but you're Starfleet officers, should be fine.
Yep. I think I'll do me, and Ash, and Lost with a security team to meet the Chigoans.
Okay. That for the hospital. This for the going meeting.
Yeah,
I'll label
I
these
think
in a
this
second.
might be. And what's yellow?
Yellow will be general infrastructure or help. So literally going out there and rebuilding bridges and communication towers and power relays and
Food distribution systems.
yep, that kind of stuff.
So that would be Lost and
Maldome could be helpful. If that with coordinating shuttles.
yeah.
As basically you're just going to be opening up the shuttle bays and doing the fly through shuttle bays to move cargo quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And Myth is on the map. Do you have control of your token or no?
I do.
Sweet.
I'm in a star now.
Sounds hot.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Whatever. Leader Ankpokar. Would you like to meet him at his office or your office?
I think I'll let Ash decide because there's more. Oh, wait, Holana.
Yep. And
I would.
and any security teams or engineering teams or backup you want to bring.
I think I'll bring Daiba,
Okay.
and we only have left activated, so that's good. And I'll let Shithrak decide which Sprinku would be helpful for investigating.
Or even just like an NPC team.
I think we actually have an NPC who is an investigator like that. So why don't we bring him?
Sounds good.
Actually, we don't, but Tavel does have a free point.
We made one on that planet when we had that murder.
Oh yeah, the murder investigation. I thought they were medical.
They might be medical. I don't remember.
No, they were medical.
They were like forensics. I don't know what other investigation stuff we gave them. Oh well. I'll just bring a team then.
Oh, it was Zayla Naylor. Way down at the bottom.
Right.
They don't have a species.
There's a Tellarite. I don't remember.
It was Tellarite.
Team.
It was Tellarite. Now I remember. All right, so I have to make a Tellurite token. Okay. As you're preparing for the meeting with on Pokar, Alana and Calder, you have a minute to discuss your tactics and goals before you actually enter the door.
Okay, I'll follow your lead because this is more your forte.
That's fine with me, although I will suggest that we be, as I said in the brief, as accommodating as we can, but don't be afraid to stand your ground on certain matters. They do know what the Federation is. They bought a cultural database file from the Andromeda some time ago, so if he pretends to suddenly forget what the Federation is or what have you, he didn't forget because Chigo have eidetic memory, the perfect recall. So, and anyone in government would have read about us and would be familiar with, at the very least, the basics welcome package we send to aliens and whatnot.
Also, if it helps, Daiba is a empath.
I would not advertise that she's psychic. There is a deeply ingrained prejudice against any psionic persons due to their war with the Wuhu. Various unpleasant stereotypes. There's at least 5 different movies about the evil scion who will turn your kids against you. He makes wiggly fingers. That sort of nonsense.
I'm pretty much telling you in case that might help.
Daiba, if you wish to alert me to something, do it on a pad, not aloud, just so we don't tip our hand. Other than that, I think what I'll best do is I'll make the introductions and lay out our case, but I think the person who will be talking the most will be yourself, Captain, simply because even though they fear the alien, they are at least familiar with humans. The Wuhu are humanoid more than anthropoid. They look more like you than they would me. But I am well read on this culture, as I've been seeing this mission coming for a while yet, so hopefully he's as accommodating to us as he was to the Andromeda.
Hope. Well, let's hope.
And you're led into his private headquarters. It is him and a couple security guards that are just standing at attention formally. Yes, come in. I'm assuming you're the delegation from the USS Gungnir, yes?
That would be correct, Leader Pokar. We're the ones we're your assigned appointment for this time. Thank you very much for making the time for us.
I see that no one else was available. So, congratulations are not in order.
I beg your pardon? I'm not sure what you mean.
I fail to see the need to congratulate a happenstance.
Right. Well, I wanted to greet you on behalf of the United Federation of Planets. I am Ashnam Holana of the Federation Diplomatic Corps. With me is the captain of the Gungnir, Captain Graham Calder, along with his escort, Ensign Daiba Val.
I see. And you're here to offer your goods and services is in exchange for goodwill.
That is the intention of the Federation, yes. We have heard that the Alliance has been coming upon hard times and may be in need of assistance in various regards. And for a reasonable price, we'd be more than willing to exchange these goods and services and possibly make some, and he looks over at the captain, some possible security advisories that you may wish to be aware of.
Security advisories is about threats that your federation has manufactured, lies that you have created to deceive us and trick us into falling on our knees and begging you for our help.
It is not in the nature of Starfleet to put to heel foreign powers. It is in their interest to fight back against the scourge of war and whatnot. It's all in their charter. They're very proud of it. Well, it's in the Federation charter, actually, as a whole civilization. We are not interested in subjugating you. We're interested in helping you. And these reports are to aid you in being aware of situations that you may not otherwise be aware of.
Go ahead.
Captain, would you like to brief him on the situation, or shall I?
I'll do so. I'll start by explaining these in great detail.
Which issue in particular? Exact words might matter in this situation, as they have an eidetic memory.
Like, how much do you want to tell the guy, I guess, is the worry. There's a big death laser coming to eat all your souls, you know.
Run away!
You do this yourself.
Maybe the plant problem. Yeah, I'll start with the plant one because that seems like the most minor.
Okay.
People are dying randomly. That's the smallest problem.
Yep. What do you tell them about the plant problem? Do you tell them the scope, the severity of it? Do you tell them of any measures you have taken into looking into this already?
I think I'll start by questioning that has he noticed the problem that the plants would do without saying the cause yet, and then after he answers, I'll begin explaining that about how it about the cause and how we can have a team set up to solve the problem. Or
without asking us first, you decided to look into the medical records of our people and begin an investigation on our world?
I don't believe the captain said that, leader. Good Pokar. The thing is, our sensors were able to detect these things, and was discovered by the ship that was already here providing assistance. This is information freely gathered, and I'm sure that if there's any pertinent saleable data and medical records, it would have been paid for. But you would be remiss to assume that the Starfleet is not good at doing their own homework.
Quivers slightly. I suppose I'll put the bill for these medical records on your tab, as you would say.
Actually, if anything, I would believe that you would owe the Starfleet for their time. They're very highly educated doctors and scientists that take multiple years of study. But it's up to the captain here how much to charge for such a thing. I'm sure he wouldn't want to gouge you or anything like that, like a certain concern.
Oof. Calder, what's the price for a couple highly trained doctors? You basically have a little bit of leverage to push us Pokar into accepting your aid.
I think I'll let Holana figure that out.
Why, Captain, I think the appropriate response, correct me if I'm wrong, is the Federation does not charge for medical services in the face of dire need, especially if it's being requested. And I imagine if the leader here was nice enough to ask you politely, with some level of respect, I imagine you would be obligated to offer the services for free. Within reason, of course.
But if you were to offer services for free, then, and they are by nature worthless, as they have no value.
No, I will do with explaining of why the Federation, don't do currency, and
oh, that's just baffling. That no currency? How?
We're a culture of exchange, but not one of money.
Yeah.
Yes, by saying that with this we don't need to have a scale of to scale our skill based on the price of these services, and by doing that we'll be able to help anyone in need. And then I will explain, say, to prove the skills. I'll explain some of the feats of Dr. Bog.
Let's see. Our aliens. I don't think help. And let's increase that complication range a little.
Okay, 1 threat and 2 momentum for 4 dice. I have a focus of diplomacy.
Yep.
Spending 1 momentum and a threat to give you my diplomatic attaché bonus. You have an advantage. You are as well read about them, how to negotiate with these guys, as I am.
Yes, you are. You have one standing advantage of knowing how to work with the Chigo.
Roll that 0 and put that advantage on -1 diff.
All right. Yes, you can assist.
Diplomacy focus.
Absolutely. Oof.
So said that's 4 momentum.
Yep. As you present your case, and that even though your goods are free, your goods come at no cost up front, but you're able to give freely because as you're doing this to generate goodwill, and you manage to explain in a little bit how the economics of the Federation work, but he quivers his mandibles. I am not sure that you say that you can and offer help with this and our infrastructure or issues, but the concern, they've been in power for 200 years. Your Federation, as I understand, has only been around for 150 years and only has been a major galactic power for maybe the last 75.
But you discount the fact that the various alien cultures that exist within the Federation have persisted long before your Galactic Republic was a thing. The Vulcans, the Kate, the Andorians. Humans are one of the newer additions, but they are, as you have seen, resourceful, kind-hearted, and know their way around a business deal. Yes?
I'm not thoroughly convinced that any aliens would have a chance of finding a way around the Chigo Concern's obsolescence system.
I would advise not underestimating Starfleet engineers. They are, how do they put it, Captain? Rocks into replicators, miracle workers of interstellar class and whatnot. Unless Ross just feels like having a sick day today.
Nope.
Speaking of, new scene.
You darn.
Frost and Maldone. You have a major engineering project to go to, and this is the first time you've used the full capabilities of the ship to land and give assistance to an entire colony at once. How do you want to do this?
So we're basically shuttling down basic supplies, water, food.
Yep. Basic idea is you're going to be a shuttling down basic supplies. You're going to be setting up camps. You're also going to be shuttling down industrial replicators, setting them up to use and setting up campsites to where you can start working on infrastructure and yep. So you're going to be sending down engineering teams. You're going to be sending down con teams and medical teams around the colony to set up food aid stations and work on the infrastructure.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll find out from the government where they want us to set these things up. And start going from there, I guess, beaming and shuttling down the supplies and the teams.
I will also insist that they have a small token for security squad with them.
Probably a good idea.
Wave
Two
the
momentum.
flag as it is.
Two momentum. You can have a security squad around to
Yes.
to set that up. Presence Command Div 2, assisted by Ship's Communications Command, to ask the local government where they're like IQ to be set up, and to interface with the local government, as it were. Actually, Div 1, because as you have a little bit of leeway with the diplomatic briefing. And communications command from the ship. At least got one momentum. They give you various sites next to set up. A lot of them. Oh, I did not know that. I thought it was just once for everyone, or is it just once per scene?
It's once per task roll.
Oh goodness.
Yep, I have to be careful. It's only when you're doing persuasions, when you're doing social tasks. So
that's kind of expensive. Not sure about that. But it does make sense.
It's the cool thing is I don't need to be there to help him. He just has the briefing. It's assumed I've already briefed him on it.
Yep. You've been briefed on how to work with the Chigo. Okay, so you gain one momentum off that and one threat. You did manage to get some supplies up. However, spending being 2 threat, they're kind of being persnickety and xenophobic, and they don't want you to land in the city proper. They want you to kind of land in the outskirts, or you're not allowed to land and within the city. So you can get down there, but in order to get at the actual infrastructure and help with stuff, it's gonna be increased difficulty to do any infrastructure repairs on the planet, unless you can talk them out of it.
I'll text Alana via pad and let him know what the situation is and see if he can help out with that part.
Alana, you are so informed.
Leader Pokar, speaking of, Lieutenant Commander Rost of the Gungnir is trying to provide some infrastructural assistance to your cities. However, it seems the municipal leadership is directing him toward the outskirts. I wonder if we could request or perhaps purchase landing permissions within the city to provide this aid.
Okay, since offered a purchase, that brings down the diff a little. But man, still aliens though. Not sure if I trust you. Press Command Div 2 to set that up. To convince him otherwise.
Diplomacy or galactic politic?
Diplomacy.
Bargain talent fires, I imagine?
Yes, it would.
Spending a momentum for a die. Beard in the underground applies, right? No, I'm just kidding.
Not quite.
Darn.
Gain that momentum and back. As Pokar says, very well, if you want to show us that you're able to handle our advanced technology, I suppose I was giving you the best opportunity to do so would be pertinent. And now you have landing permissions to land in the city and get closer to the sites at need. Now for the fun part. Alright, so where's this up? Gonna be huge task to undertake. I'm gonna spend a little thread on this. This sounds fun. All right, to get all of the shuttles and all of the engineering teams in place, we have a Control Con difficulty 4, complication 2 task ahead of us. This is just to get the shuttles out the door and going. If you would like, you could set up some advantages to bring that down.
I actually would like to set up an advantage that we have actually been practicing specifically on the Gungnir with all of the shuttle bays and whatnot, and getting rapid deployment done. Which we have practiced that a couple of times before already.
You actually have practiced that at a couple of times. So this would actually be a fairly easy task because you have been practicing rapid deployment. So Control Con Diff 1 to just give your team a refresher. Okay, here's how you do it. Here's the cues you're looking for, or keep your spacings, that kind of stuff.
Another thing, our ship has the trick colonial support. Will that help us?
That would definitely help. That would also help. You could apply that to the big roll, but Ardone, you have this little roll to just give your team a quick refresher.
Little roll, I'm going to buy 1 dice with a threat.
Excellent. Good thing about that 1 dice. Feel like fishing?
I'm gonna roll the dice here. Yeah.
Excellent. Team's brought up to speed. They got it. You have the advantage of freshly briefed, or well practiced. Russ, this is definitely involving your engineering teams as well. Do you want to throw in any support on this big roll?
I'm sorry, what was it again?
We are getting ready to load up the shuttles and bring him down to the colony. Some of them are going to be set up with food aid, and medical aid. Some of them are going to be working on engineering projects down on the ground. And we're just coordinating that and getting this all ready to go.
Okay. I think if there's anything we can do.
Yeah.
Is that gonna
any way you can prepare your teams or that kind of stuff?
I guess we'll make sure that we know what we're replicating, what we're trying to repair. Make sure they have all the background data that we can get, so that it's easier once they get to the ground.
Kind of have a plan ahead of time.
Right.
We're going to do this. We're going to look at that. Sounds good. Little difficult because this is alien and tech, but reason engineering diff 3 to set up that advantage. That sounded healthy. Sorry. Ross, would you like to purchase additional dice?
Yes, I would. I will use the point of momentum.
Excellent.
And can I get an assist from Lev on this one? Or actually, Ukagi.
Ukagi can help as well. This little baby face engine and is sitting here going, okay, guys,
Oops, I forgot the one I purchased.
Yep, just roll one more, and then Ukagi. He's trying, man.
Work in progress.
Work in progress. But you do manage to get the roll. Our teams are all all set up. You basically you have a game plan and of what to fix first. You're gonna do this. Your team's gonna help on this. You are just that's going to be scouting for any other issues. All right. So we have 1 advantage, 2 advantage, and
What's the security teams?
And a trait. And the security teams are on well. All right. So let's bring this. Let's bring this back up. We have the control and con, diff 4, comp 2, and you have 3 advantages, Maldone. How do you want to apply those?
In a way that makes sense.
Can
we go ahead?
Like 1 to complication, the rest to diff.
Yes.
Or you could throw all in complication and just leave the or all in difficulty and leave the complication if you want to go ballsy.
No, let's bring 1 to complication and the rest to diff.
Right. So that brings it down to diff 2, standard complication, and the ship's communications, and on. All right. After all that's said and done, you brought that down into diff 2.
2 dice. First one with momentum, second one with threat.
Sounds good.
Oh!
Goodness.
Wow.
Hacks. Elite hacks. And the ship still rolls communication
Nerf
con.
Maldone.
Wow.
And you get an extra one because you'd be at a computer console doing this.
Hacks.
Hacks. Someone can roll for the ship. Communications and con. Womp womp.
Well, there you go. I'm gonna have to spend 2 of that to squish it.
Or not. I mean, we could just let it stand.
I mean, 1 is going to disappear, so...
Maldone?
Sorry, I had to go to the door real quick.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait, doesn't Maldone have a thing to re-roll the ship die?
No, I don't. Not for the ship die. I can re-roll my own stuff.
Never mind then.
Do you want to reroll one of your dice?
No?
Please?
Just squish it.
Okay. As there was a slight hiccup in the communication in system as you've practiced this, but you haven't actually done it. So getting the external comm arrays is to communicate with all of these shuttles all out at once. It kind of freaked out for a minute, but a quick smack on the side of the console gets it back working. As the Gungnir air opens up the shuttle bay and a veritable fleet of shuttles leaves and descends into the planet, and just like a well-coordinated strike teams of engineers as they land, deploy, get the gear out, the shuttle comes back up, loops through the pass-through hangar bay, comes in through the back, they're reloaded, they launched out the front, and they just do this hours and hours. They do this for several hours. The colony is almost assaulted by Starfleet engineers, as just teams of engineers are deployed, and they're pulling out gear, and they're looking at stuff, and they're getting all this infrastructure taken care of. They're taking care of critical power junctions, communication arrays, data centers. They are on the ball. Rust, you are on the ground and handling this.
I got my headphones on. I'm talking to everybody, directing, delegating.
Yep, for sure. Let's see. This is a huge team, but you have some advantages of being well supplied and well coordinated. So presence engineering in difficulty 2, as you are basically standing and coordinating efforts on the ground, while Maldorn is on the flight deck coordinating shuttles. And this is impressive how quickly you're able to get these things on the ground. Shuttles are leaving the shuttle bay, going to planet, dropping off the gear, and they're coming back up within 20 minutes. You are that efficient.
Like a machine.
Yes. And since you have the pass-through deck, it's just one continuous loop.
All right, I'm gonna buy 1 additional dice with momentum.
Yep. As you are able to coordinate your teams well, and they are going into this city and repairing the infrastructure. What would what would their priorities be?
Probably basic life needs, things like food and water first, medical supplies, and then infrastructure, and after that.
Excellent. Meanwhile, Dr. Bog and Shrathrak, you have beamed down and you've landed in the hospital, the ground clinic that's at the Plank has set up as the spearhead of colonial efforts or colonial aid. And
Okay.
Myth, you'll probably be here as well, since this is your op. Unless you'll be elsewhere.
Myth BRB'd a little bit ago.
Sorry. Alright, so Myth's busy elsewhere.
And
But-
these are where the people who had the reactions are, right? The ones who are like,
Yes. Yes,
they did survive it, right? Some survived, right?
Some of them not so much survived.
Got it.
You are up to 12 cases now, as they've been steadily building up day by day. You can talk to nurses. You can talk to some of the survivors.
Let's start with survivor.
Okay.
Why not
There's
that?
a
This is
Yep.
a drug. The nurses hopefully don't know where they got it from.
you managed to find a Chigo who is in critical care, but is up and about.
Miss is back if you wanted to ask him what you were asking now.
Myth, would you like to be down in your field clinic as Dr. Bog and Shrathrak investigate, or would you be elsewhere?
I will not be down in the field clinic because I've previously stated I have no medical experience. However, some of my medical staff will be down there.
Okay, medical staff can be down there. We also have Ross and Maldone that are sending shuttles down to work on the infrastructure if Myth herself would be there. Or
nope. Again, I'm going to have a different member of my senior staff there probably.
all right, so you're just going to be on the bridge. Got it.
No, I'm in my labs because I have primary goals here, secondary goals, tertiary goals, and quaternary goals. I have a lot of plates.
Of course you do, because you have the bandwidth for it.
Yeah. And also, we have like 16 days, 14 days.
Until boom boom.
Yeah, exactly. And I have multiple things to do. But
if you'd like, you can totally bring a NPC down.
Hold on, Boom Boom? Am I missing something?
Oh,
yeah.
Go ahead.
So I'll probably be having a meeting with Captain Calder at some point.
But
Oh, I am missing something.
we'll catch you up.
Okay.
Immediate issues. You
Tell me where you
managed.
got the drugs. Pretty much that.
Yeah, pretty much that. You find a sickly Chigoan male out kind of in the midlife. They're on the mend. They're getting better, but half their organs failed and they're kind of wiped out from that. But they are willing to talk for a price.
Fine. We won't bill you for your medical care. Now talk.
What do you wish to know?
Where did you acquire it was Beta Z, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Beta Z leaf.
What's a beta Z?
I'll name the substance. Where did you acquire this substance?
If we have a picture, I'll show him like a picture on a pad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sure, we have a picture on a pad.
I've never seen anything like that in my life. Looks cool though. Might you have some that I can purchase? Might be able to take some of the seeds.
Do I believe him?
Insight security. Aliens with Diff 3.
Everybody on my ship is aliens. There are no Endorians on my senior staff.
It's a race and a physiology you're not familiar with, especially since they're non-humanoid.
Yeah, just messing with you.
Is it Beta Z? Would I know anything about these plants that would be helpful or beneficial?
Were you born and raised on Beta Z or
Yes.
the colony? Yeah, you'd be vaguely familiar with them.
I'm gonna buy one dice with threat. Is it a pose or is it a diff? I don't remember what you said.
Hold on a second.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
You've been kidnapped.
Oh no.
There's a storm of blowing.
You're to report to the Shelter 5 immediately.
No, it's it was an Amber Alert. And,
You've been selected.
You better go out there and look.
and now my personal phone went off. That was my work phone that I never turned off ring because I have to answer it.
Yep.
Okay.
You got in your basement.
Distractions. Rust, if you
Right
want
there.
to. Oh yeah.
Sorry.
You're going first. There's Insight Security Diff 3 to find out if this Chigoan's telling the truth.
Take a threat for a third dice. Did you say Ross was assisting me, or is he here? I'm not sure.
I was gonna have Ross do a roll to see what he remembers about the plant in a bit. Kind of retroactively create that advantage or something. And you got it. As far as you can tell, this person is completely honest. They have not seen that plant before. They're interested in purchasing the seeds and genetic profile of it. Might be interesting. You say it has intoxicating properties? Fascinating.
I did not.
Well,
Have
it looks pretty.
Have you been experimenting with other cultures' cuisine, or I forgot
nothing.
the word, botany?
Nothing in particular. In fact,
Teas, nothing.
In fact, I am somewhat considering in taking this. I'm somewhat considering pressing charges because I was as all fine and well when I came to this clinic, and less than 12 hours later, I was sick.
Why did you come to this clinic in the first place?
Routine medical. I'll check up.
Who have you spoken to in the clinic? Who did your what are they called? Your when you get in there and they check you out.
Who did my intake?
Yeah, intake, thank you.
I don't know, some alien. I don't know, you all look the same.
I'm gonna grab his chart and hand it to Bog. I can't read it, but he can.
Yeah, I want to try to see if I can do a scan and determine when this agent in the body kicked in. If he says that he wasn't feeling bad until he got here.
Absolutely. In medicine, diff 3. And diff 2 because diff 2 because quick study.
Okay. All right.
You're slowly picking up the pace on how to scan Chigo.
Well, go ahead and take a threat for bold. And there we go.
Oof. Nice. That is 2 momentum generated. Some of the very trace amounts of the toxin is still in their system. Again, toxin is kind of a weird word. It's a toxin the same way alcohol is technically a toxin. So it's not like debilitating toxin. It's just it kind of does funky effects to biology. But based on Chigo physiology and metabolism, he was as exposed approximately. He probably hit peak dosage. Is about the same time he hit the clinic. It tapered out for 12 hours and it fully hit his whole system.
So it's possible he was dosed here at the hospital, essentially.
It is possible that he was dosed here at the hospital. The timeline would match up to that.
Is it correct? I remember you saying this is a inhaled thing, right? Is it something that's like
Yeah, it would be aerosolized.
It's like a cigarette kind of thing, or what are we talking? Like
a cigarette, perfume, a bouquet of flowers.
Could the doctor, I'll help him, but could he, like, based off the strength of, the potency of how much this Chigo had in their system, what kind of method that would have to be? Because, smelling it isn't going to give you this amount, but if you inhaled it, that kind of thing.
As far as let's retrograde into Rost. For 2 momentum or insight science diff 2 roll, you can remember something particular about how this plant works. As a Beta Z and born and raised Beta Z, yeah. Betazoid from Beta Z. You can make this roll.
Insight science, diff 2 or 2 momentum?
Yep.
I'll do with the momentum.
All right. Kind of embarrassing, but this flower is kind of a mild aphrodisiac. It is generally given on couples and first dates. It's as a way of enlightening the experience and putting everyone generally in a good mood. It is sometimes used in perfumes, but classically it was just handed as a bouquet of flowers. Yeah. Generally for beta Zeds and most humanoids, it just has a mild aphrodisiac buzz.
So it's not particularly bad or anything.
I mean, it makes your reflexes slower, but it makes everything so much cooler. Just like, dude.
So does it have like spiky leaves and buds and stuff like that?
No, it's a very pretty purple flower.
Space weed.
Right at weed. They just said weed.
It's not quite weed. It has more romantic and sensual connotations in your culture.
Okay. So nothing especially helpful or whatever.
Yeah. Traditionally, this was handed out on first dates. It's
Mild
like, I like
stuff.
you. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty mild.
Sorry, I got nothing to add here, guys.
Perhaps we should search the facility for this substance. Watch, there's just an automated air freshener just spraying it in the lobby.
All right, Shothraka and Bog, what's your next tax? What you gonna do?
I'm
We need to find the
kind
source.
of I'm not sure.
Scan for Beta Z weed.
Check for betas of weed.
Beta Z date weed.
Date weed. That sounds worse. Let's go back to beta Z weed. Science. Insight science difficulty E2 as you just have your tricorders out and you're just scanning everything.
Doctor, would you like to take lead on this? Oh, good.
Huzzah! Double huzzah! Did I just start a new meme in the server? Is that what's happening here?
Yes.
Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. As you scan around, you are detecting faint traces of this stuff.
I guess we know one of the things that was in what's her name, the pregnancy package.
Oh God.
Report to HR.
I am not spending threat to retroactively add Beta Z date weed into Bailey's pregnancy package.
I feel like that would only be like one threat.
Yeah. I think that would just be like, you'd give us a momentum.
Oh my goodness.
No, I'm kidding.
All right. You
Yeah,
are finding
scan.
trace amounts in the atmosphere, as if someone just walked by with it. Meanwhile, spending momentum, and I'm gonna spend 2 threat for raisins. As you two are following the trail, it is in the air, it is freshly aerosolized, and you're playing hot and cold with your communicator. Meanwhile, back in the on Pokar's office. So, we are looking at aligning our two governments together for trade and diplomacy purposes?
Yes.
What would you bring to the table? If we're to have a trade alliance, you would have to bring something.
I will explain the standard stuff like standard stuff that we would give in these types of deals, and also to say if you were ever attacked, we will assist you.
So trade pack and a defense pack.
Uh,
If we're going by Stellaris terms.
yes.
Okay. Would there be anything off the table for a trade pack? Would you be willing to trade weapons? Not that we have much use for your weapons, but, you know, medical technology, bioengineering.
Nothing that would trigger the Geneva Convention.
We are signatories to various trade agreements, both within the Federation Charter regarding the proliferation of weaponry, as well as various treaties with the Klingons, which you are well versed in, I am aware, and other interstellar species. But the Federation is rather resourceful in its various precious goods and extending trade relations with distant organizations such as the Ferengi Trade Alliance and the Cardassian Republic. Less so the Tholians, but then again, I don't think you'd get much trade with the Tholians in the first place. They don't trade with much anyone, unless you're also made of rocks. Well, crystals, but...
Okay. This seems immutable. And what would we like to... And what would we be giving in exchange? What would be the price for or such a trade negotiation?
Well, firstly, of course, an ongoing cultural exchange of information. I mean, we have quite a bit from the amount you sold to the Andromeda, but culture is an ever-changing thing, and my understanding is that the Alliance has changed quite drastically in the last few months. And I imagine certain levels of technological advancement may be nice to share, but all of that could, of course, be priced out as per the agreements in fair market values. And I imagine the captain would have a you know, I think that alone is enough. You know, we'd hate to ask too much of you and demand too much of your services, and you are doing so much hard work to meet us halfway. I'd hate to impose.
Calder, at this point, would you like to inform them about the impending doom on the other side of the sector?
That's why I hold on to shut up, because I was like, whoops, I haven't said about anything about that. I probably shouldn't be the one bringing that up, because that's a Starfleet. Because maybe you don't want to tell them. I'm not going to gainsay the captain of the ship.
Because
it's not my job.
In theory, you could ask the Chigo, and they could provide resources in fighting this Quaqua superweapon before it comes fully operational battle station.
Yeah, that's a part of my mission here, in fact, as well.
I don't know if I should tell him or wait for Myth, because I imagine they would have told him.
This could be a time for Myth to show up here, because this is a place that she
Yes.
could be.
Interesting enough, you do come in.
Yeah.
You come in, and at the same time, a messenger drops off a package, but he just sets it aside and doesn't wish to open it now.
Apologies, Captain, Leader. I was otherwise occupied with research.
This is Commander Myth of the USS Maxwell Planck, the other ship that is assisting your world, Pokar.
Leader, I believe we've spoken only by proxy before now.
Yes, I believe so. Let's resolve this roll first. I don't know, this might be interesting.
Because that made me nervous as all hell. Hey, I'm having this tense negotiation with a world leader. Here, have a package. No.
No.
There are
Science.
lots of Bajoran and Cardassian ways to deal with the problem. I don't want to be either of them.
Yeah.
I'm guessing. I'm guessing because you're doing this sus by nature, you're more looking for security threats.
Yeah, I'm making sure this isn't a bomb or a the plant thing that I know the medical people are worried about. That's been the ongoing issue that they've been dealing with. But bomb could just good old fashioned bombs. Also something I'm concerned about. To be fair, so
Bomb, nanovirus, Borg nanite bomb. You know, that's the thing that someone's come up with.
Cloned ravenous guinea pig.
yeah.
I'm gonna spend your threat and increase the comp. You might upset at someone diplomatically.
Yeah. Stop scanning my stuff. Go away. You can't have it.
Yeah, you're gonna discover his delivery of space weed.
It's not even the beta soda, it's just the regular kind. Like, whoa, no judge, man. Just don't bogart it. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, so reason security.
I was gonna do trade negotiations, but then I got high.
Sus by nature fires. No kidding.
Yes.
Going to spend it toward the value. The Cardassian way can surprisingly be a very clean.
Yes.
Cardassians would put a poison that would kill everyone in the room, or Klingons would just blow up everyone in the room. Or storm in with a sword, but I don't think there's a guy with a sword in there. So.
You don't know how big the package is.
That's awful Klingon sized.
It's like a foot by foot by foot. Yeah, nothing.
Damn it.
Nothing
It's a very
spectacular.
small Klingon. Don't. I mean, maybe children are really
No,
resourceful.
no. It's not a box. It's literally just a Klingon covered in wrapping paper.
I'm gonna
We
give you
had that plot already.
2 momentum for an additional die.
How much threat to spawn a Klingon in here?
At least 2.
Or 3 if I want someone named, but
That's true.
that seems silly.
My trait doesn't apply here. I'm not trying to scare the package after all. So I just need to 1 hit really. So
Oh my gosh!
well, the good thing is, I'm gonna reroll at least one of those dice.
I could
Suspicious
give
by
you,
nature.
I could give you my determination.
How
Those are
determined
all 19s.
I will gladly take that determination if the captain's offering
Take it.
toward the same value.
I get it back.
Curse you and
Rolling the
your
other 2.
I laughed a little too hard at that.
Can we have Daiba assist?
You would have to I nudge or communicate with Daiba that you wanted help on this.
Halana basically just took his tricar off his belt, flipped it open, and walked up to the package and started scanning it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel like she would also assist.
Yes, she would.
She has the focus.
Yeah, if you're super or open about it, she might get curious and help.
That's part of why I'd be so open about it, is to alert everyone that he's concerned and that everyone else in the room should be too.
And gain a momentum.
Jesus Christ! How did you go 2 zeros? What 3 zeros?
Yeah, the dice, man. I'm glad I spent toward my determination. Jeez, I would have whiffed otherwise.
Okay, that's like.
There's.
It could be worse.
There's a book in there. There's a indeterminate lump of metal that seems inert. I don't know, it might be like a statue or something. There's a small pressurized canister of gas. That's tied to the lid, and that gas contains the space weed that we've so affectionately called it. It is chock full of it. It is concentrated and chock full of it.
I'm going to imagine Halana calmly picks it up and chucks it out of the closest window.
Halana takes his comm badge off, places it on the package. Captain,
excuse me.
Security risk level 1. Please beam this somewhere safe, away from here.
I will.
Excuse me. What are you doing?
Saving your life.
I will use.
Explain yourself. No, this is my personal.
I'm using a direct in my pike metal. Plus 2 successes.
First things first. You're gonna need to talk to Ankopar, because it looks to him you're just stealing his present.
Myth will step over to Ankopar and begin very quickly explaining this. Like, ratcheting up the speed of speaking slightly.
I mean, we could just say it's a bomb. Then I just use.
How do you know it's bomb? Why do you suspect it's a bomb? This is just a gift for my friend after. I had a leg injury and I went to the space clinic. And this is
This package contains a aerosolized compound triggered to the opening of the box that has been proven by my medical teams to cause a disturbance in lysine production in Chigoans with a certain epigenetic trigger.
Yeah,
that is ridiculous.
This box is...
I will show you the research right now, and I'll start bringing it up on a pad.
Yep. Your advantage is still in effect. Presence command diff 4. Myth you can and assist with presence science.
Okay, 4 dice by spending 1 threat and 2 momentum.
It is diff 3 because, as you know how Chigoan psychology works.
Okay. I'm rolling. Okay,
Oops, I just typed the wrong thing in.
I'm going to reroll one of those zeros.
Okay. Nice. So 2, 4, 5. So we got 2 momentum off that. As basically all of you are just dogpiling, trying to explain the situation as quickly as possible. He's kind of not accepting it, but he's like, okay, you think this is a threat? Go ahead, and you are allowed to beam it out. No roll for that. It wasn't gonna fight you.
Okay.
Especially with the communication badge.
Yep, I'm up.
Inside Command Diff 2. Anyone in the room?
I'll do that. Take it to GM. Don't need to re-roll.
I need to stop letting you guys roll. yeah, this is fine. This is fine. We're good.
If you stop making us roll, then these games would be a lot quicker.
True.
Just turns into a diceless.
Yeah.
Diceless does not mean quicker.
No.
It's true.
During all that, he did say he went to the clinic. He did say he went to the clinic like early on for a headache and some weakness in his left mandible.
Did the package have a name on it?
It's gone now.
I look at my tricorder and read the log.
Damn it. It did not have it. It did not have a name on it.
No name, no RFID identifying a sender. It was just a package.
No RFID. No sender data.
Just a pressure plate to release a gas into your office during a diplomatic meeting with aliens. Which would have made you very sick.
Leader, how are you sure this was a package from a friend if it was unaddressed?
It was announced to me that my friend would be sending this information. He opens up a pad and sends a note. Hey, I saw you were in the hospital. I'm sending you a care package. Good luck with dealing with the Xenos. Very, very bland, and it's a personal tat.
I would recommend, leader, that you do two things. One, call your friend visually and confirm with them that is actually them that send the message. Secondly, if they are the one who sent the package, I would verify that your mail hasn't been intercepted. It is commonplace for persons of influence and power to be targets during negotiations like this. And I think someone was trying to attack you, and you might want to check how and why.
And yet you show enough concern to intercept such a package.
That's my job, sir.
Until the delivery of the package, we would have no way of knowing that such a scheme was in effect, Leader. We are, after all, as you have noted, a outside power seeking to provide assistance. Not your police force.
Interesting. Very quickly he calls up his friend, puts it up on the screen, and the friend is very confused about a package. He wasn't going to send a package, as he wanted to leave a note to ask them out for a private dinner later on today.
Who was the? Can we stop the person who delivered the package?
Oh, they're long gone. But it was a Chigo that delivered it.
Do you think the messenger did it?
GM, could I possibly do an insight roll to think back on my memory? If that Chigo was acting weird, or acting sus? It's a weird way to put it, but was he acting weird for a Chigoan?
I would like to use my direct for this.
I don't think... No. I'm going to say no on that. You can't direct someone to recall something.
I order you to remember. Or else.
I mean,
this is the Cardassian Union. I'd get it, but
I mean, I did say
I'm going to say no on the direct, but if you want to put your heads together and think about it, you can. Diff 2 because of knowledge of Chigo culture. complication to just because it was a couple minutes ago, and hey, there's been a lot of excitement between now and then.
While these people are thinking over that, I'm going to step over to the leader and ask, leader, do you have a scanning device of your own somewhere in this room?
I do.
Might I recommend that you take a medical scan looking for this specific gene sequence?
That's one momentum.
One momentum generated. Halana, as far as you know, that Chigo was kind of bored, doing their job, slightly nervous, but it was the kind of nervous like, oh, I'm meeting the president. I gotta look nice for this, but not like, oh, I'm meeting the president and I'm gonna kill him. Yeah, it wasn't that kind of nervous. It was the appropriate level of nervousness of a service worker meeting the leader of their nation.
Wasn't the package? It wasn't the delivery boy. The nervous to be in his presence, but it wasn't acting like an agent.
Okay. Myth. You're gonna present him with the gene sequence and help him do a scan. Surprisingly, I don't have stats for this guy, so we're just gonna fudge it. Reason science to 3. You can take the main role and he'll assist. He has a target number of 12, focus range of 2. That makes sense to me.
Yep. Reason science, you say?
Yes, I know.
Oh, no.
I know.
I'll spend one momentum.
Can I assist here? Am I available to assist?
With this roll, I don't think you'll need to.
You're not in the room, but we'll get to
5 successes.
Gets a free hit on recent rolls.
Yeah.
Bloody android.
Uh-huh.
Gain 2 momentum. Indeed, he has that genetic code in him.
Yeah, like, I'm trying to walk him through this to kind of, like, get him to see it himself rather than just, being an alien machine telling him that he's got this thing,
That helps a lot to convince him. I don't remember having this. And yet... Wait a second. Anyone who has a medicine of 3 or more would be able to see something.
Nope.
Yep.
One momentum.
I have a medicine of 5. But I'm not in the room, am I?
No.
You're probably
sorry.
going to be sent a file here in a second.
You're probably going to be sent a file here here in a second.
It's going to be like, oh, wait a minute. That doesn't add up.
You're a little rusty on this because genetic engineering is not one of your strong suits, but that looks like it was the in-baked genetic code that was done pre-conception. So this wasn't like I put epigenetic virus in you and changed your code right here and now as a full-grown adult. This was done long ago, and yet he is saying that he's never seen this before. He doesn't know what this came from, and this isn't a disease that he's aware that he has. But he has the trigger.
Helena slaps at his chest and then takes a beat to realize he doesn't have his badge on him. And looks around. Could someone contact Dr. Bog, please? I want to confirm something.
I do so.
Dr. Bog, you get a chirp from your captain. This is as you're wandering through the halls, playing hot and cold with the tricorder. You're moving through people. Chithrak is right behind you. but you are
Alright,
now
Bog-
in communication.
Okay, Bog
Yep.
here.
I look at Halana to speak.
Hi, Dr. Bog. This is Halana. I needed to borrow the captain's combat briefly. I'm gonna send to you through my tricorder and the comm badges some data, and I want you to have a look and tell me if something stands out to you. I think I see something, but I'm not a doctor, so I thought I should get your opinion. And I start tapping at my tricorder and upload it into the badge so Bog can get the data.
One momentum to send the data.
Sure.
Yeah, complicated data, but you're able to get it over the stream. Dr. Bog, you can look over this genetic information that Ant was just scanned in.
Okay.
And indeed, this person does have that genetic trait, and it is smooth as butter. It was definitely placed in it was definitely placed in preconception.
Okay. I'll pass that on. Looks like this was definitely put in preconception.
So someone put a genetic marker in him when he was born as a baby, or before he was born as a baby, or
Yep.
a hatchling.
Yeah. Preconception.
In vitro.
Yeah.
Okay.
This
I
is the thing.
thought I was seeing things.
Frickin' Chico. Jesus.
Oh, you still think it's Chigo? Oh, that is cute. As of this time, the people at the hospital, Phineas and Shithrak, can make me insight security. It's gonna be there's a lot of people in here. Yep, I'm gonna. It's been a while, and there's a lot of people in here. I'm spending 2 threat to increase the diff on this. Insight security diff throw 4 to notice something.
You're inside a hospital.
You are inside a hospital. Dun dun dun.
No one told me.
Oh, actually, I gained
Emergency beam out.
I gained a threat back. My bad. I miscalculated.
Yeah. I'll take the lead on this. Am I just like looking over a crowd trying to notice something?
You're looking over a
Or-
crowd and just to see if you notice something.
So people reading, would that work? Noticing?
Absolutely, that'll work.
Take your threat. Gotta get my bold. And I forgot about my security team, so I'll use them. I forgot about them last time. That was
Yep,
science,
security.
so it didn't matter.
No, you have a security team, so diff 3.
Yep.
As they might be able to notice this as well.
DJ? Diff 3 now. I'm gonna buy a 4th just in case. So split it. 1 momentum, 1 threat. No, just say 2 threat.
2 threat? Alright.
Yeah.
Have some fun with this. What's
Yeah,
the
I
worst that
agree.
can happen?
No, 4 comps. Or, that's pretty worse. Okay. That sucked.
That sucked, but you got it. As way down the hallway, oops, wrong layer. Walking away from you at a brisk pace in a medical uniform this time. Last time she was in a security uniform. You recognize a familiar face.
I do.
Remember back when you were transferring the Gorn captain and you were afraid of a temporal assassin?
It is time travel.
Let's do the time warp again.
Ta-da.
Could I stealthily make my way up behind him? Like take a corner? Because Do they? Well, I should ask this first. Do they appear to have noticed us yet?
They don't
they
seem to
just
have noticed
leaving?
you. They don't seem to have noticed you, but they are walking very briskly down the hall, as in, and I don't want to cause attention, but I want to get to this other side.
Okay. I prefer to cut tendons.
Sure, it's a
But-
crowded hall. What's the worst that can happen? Sure, just open fire.
I'll put it the maximum setting, so if there's anyone in the way, it'll just go right through them.
That's not how phasers work, but sure.
No, it's totally how phases work.
Oh my god. Yeah, she's
I
down
wanna.
down the hall, like not 100 meters, 50 meters ahead.
Yeah, I would like to get closer, without being noticed. So if I have to cut down an adjacent hallway or
Oppose control
cut through
security.
another room.
Yeah.
Security. Okay, that's not insight, so I'll take it. I'm gonna buy up to 3 dice. Do you want to match? I'll match you if you're gonna go higher.
You're gonna buy. I have 3.
Yeah, I'm just giving you my 1/3 for both.
I get one dice for free, so I'm gonna spend your 1 threat and another 4/4 dice.
Okay, well, I'll match.
2 more. All right. So 4 versus 4. You're rolling control. They're rolling insight to see if they notice you. I do have a focus, and I get a 3 dice and 1 reroll.
I don't know if I have a focus here.
Stealth,
My
covert
athletics.
ops,
No, I'm not that kind of security.
assassination.
No. Again, not that kind of security.
Secret police.
Murder. I have my murder focus. No. So no focus here. So to fix that, let's I'll use determination.
Okay. That's gonna. You bought 4 dice, so that's gonna increase.
So you take another momentum, another threat.
Yeah. So you bumped it up 1. Okay.
I definitely have one that'll work for this.
What value?
Take 1 off now. A responsibility to the truth. Got to get this person to tell us what the hell is happening. How to
Oh, if
stop
only you
whatever
had the.
stupid
If,
shit
if
they
only I had time to explain. Yep, that'll work. Go ahead. Actually,
I'm just
I have
marking
a
up my
trait. I'm gonna
mistakes.
increase your comp by 1.
Okay.
Comp 1 on your end because I have the trait of trained assassin. I am very good at this stuff. Go ahead and roll first. Versus 5. I win by 1. You got anything you can help with that?
My determination.
+2. Crap. So you win by 1.
Yeah.
As you're quickly able to close distance on her. Dr. Bog, you catch Dothrok's gaze glance down the hallway, and you notice it's this person as well, and you recognize them from before.
As I'm walking away, I'm just gonna be like, anti-chronotons maybe? I don't know.
She's in a doctor's outfit and a lab coat, and she is trying to get away from you. Dr. Bog, what would you be doing?
would follow at a distance to behind. Who's chasing again? It's
Shathrok.
Shathrok. I'll be following at a distance. I don't want to interfere with what he's doing, but I want to be there to support him if I need to.
Okay. You are able to get it within medium range of this person, in Shathrok. And Dr.
I
Bog
wanted
is
to
just
be right
behind
up
you.
on him.
Okay.
I
For
wanna
one momentum, you can close
douse
the
it
distance.
with him.
Yeah. Get right up to them.
I want to, just that night, just not deck him.
Just deck them.
Deck him.
Opposed during security.
You better be decking with the Yushan.
I am. Why would I not? It's metal. I flipped it around. Now it's just a brass knuckle.
All right. Opposed during security.
Brett, I'm buying up to 3. Are you matching? Are you buying more? What's happening?
I'll match.
Totally have a focus here as you just Starcross.
I totally have a focus here, and I can't use Starcross. I am going to increase your comp range though with my traits.
1.
Comp 1. Oh, I thought you said you were going for 4 dice. My bad.
But if you took the threat for it, I could just reroll. I could just roll an additional. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, just roll an additional one. I had to open my big mouth.
Thanks for the 2 momentum.
You did kind of stab yourself in the foot there, but I'll take it.
You may certainly try. Go as you come up behind her and go for the strike. Go ahead and roll your damage.
7. Let's reroll those 3. I want this viewer to not be awake anymore.
Actually, let's re-roll your dice, your d20s.
Okay. I mean, all of them?
All your d20s. As
Okay.
something funky just happened.
Oh,
You
great.
had a weird sense of deja vu.
Time travel.
This is what I'm good at. Stab again.
So that's 1 more momentum.
Oh, she moved even better in my way this time. She wasn't expecting the other Yushan.
This wasn't supposed to happen. I
Dual
messed up.
wielding.
Dual wielding Yushan.
Two wielding Ushans.
I
How
feel
else
like that would
you gonna
actually
climb
be
an-
reasonably effective.
Yeah, how else do you climb an iceberg? You know, you have to have one in one hand, one in the other.
Yep. As you're able to take her out. I can't resist that. However, what I can do, spending into threat, and she comes up behind you and hits you again.
Of
Tries to hit
course.
me. So we're opposing again.
We're actually that's a good point.
No, you said it. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm gonna spend and a threat, and I'm gonna try to stun you.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think any melee combat will go into this woman's favor.
Yeah.
Yeah. She realized I thought that last time. That's why when she came back this time, she's like, nope.
Yeah. Even if that reroll you had would have failed, I have another reroll that I can do in my entire dice pool.
Yep. So
Yeah.
so you stink. I do a focus here. This could be diff 2. As she pulls a grenade out and tries throwing it at you.
That hot potato?
You could certainly try.
Yeah, I want to try hot potato.
Nah,
But
not,
you know, it's
not quite.
melee, it's ranged, so
It's ranged. Let's see. This is intense. Come on. Come on.
I guess it
There it
depends if
goes.
it's an impact grenade or a timed grenade.
All right. So first one. So that is 3,
And exactly.
6. That's 3, 6, 7, 8, and +2
Oh,
with
it's
it,
intense, not vicious.
and +2 to resist. That's the effect.
To resist injury?
To resist injury.
Well,
+2.
why would I resist injury when I use my Starfleet Decoration of Gallantry and take no damage hardly?
Is that the one
I
that
only
half the
take-
damage or dodges it? Yep.
Half.
All right, you take half damage as she throws this weird device that blooms up, and there's this flowery shard of rainbows that cut through the air, and it kind of catches your hand, and your hand goes, but you're able to pull it out quickly. You already
Nice.
went, so it's Dr. Bach's turn.
Oh, right, yep. Shoot in the face.
I don't have a weapon.
You have a Type 1 phaser. You always have one of those.
Yeah, I do have that, don't I? All right, I'll try to shoot her.
Hey, Doc.
This ought to be interesting.
Hey, Doc.
Yeah?
Your security's a 5 and you have a focus. GM, take a momentum.
I hate you.
Collaboration, baby.
Collaboration's really good.
Collaboration.
You're in the face.
There's a lot of people in here, so diff 3.
So you
Okay,
can
so-
effectively just roll your medicine with the focus.
Okay, and I'm rolling. What's
So it would be
the attribute?
Control medicine with a focus.
Okay. That's a whiff.
As the beam goes wide, and beam goes wide. It skates across the hall, and she's going to run over here and attempt to grab the package and make a run for it.
Didn't she already go?
Oh yeah, she already went. Top of the
And
round.
she shot me. Well, she threw a grenade.
Okay, so yeah, I would go back to Shithrock. I'm figuring out. I think it's the first time I've had a combat roll over to the second round.
It doesn't happen that often, but it does happen. Yeah. And
I don't like you. She can oppose my daring security.
Let's do match for match 3 dice. Let's have fun with
Sure.
this. You get comp 1 because of a trait.
Mhm.
Attempts are made. Go ahead and roll damage with your Ushan, and it can have the intense effect. Or, ow.
I'll reroll just because I don't like her.
My armor's not that good. And night.
I want
a third one.
Yay!
How'd you know? How'd you know that was gonna happen? Until someone puts up an
Yay.
anti-chronoton field.
Because you still have threat.
Threat.
All right. This one's alive. As another one just, and they're just like coming out of the crowd. Out as soon as one falls, one just kind of slips out of the crowd, out and comes at you. This one is, you know what? Just because I want to force this effect.
Yeah.
I am spending 2 threat. As she rifles through the coat of her sister, grabs a.
Security teams this whole time again.
grabs a packet of vials and bolts, tackles Dr. Bog, and both of you fall into a closet. There's a weird shimmering effect, Bog, as both of you fall all through the door. There's rainbow shards all over the place. A sound gets distorted and weird, and you fall out the other side of the closet. It is you and her, and you are in the abandoned wing of a Chigo hospital.
Just me and her?
It's just you and her. Mano y mano.
Oh, okay.
You and a Type 1 phaser.
As she tackles you, and both of you just kind of tumbled into her temporal vortex.
So
On
did I
accident.
just see them go through a wall?
Yeah, you just did.
Whoa. That's not fair.
Okay,
That
so
was
I gotta say I cannot remember what her role was in a previous episode.
she was the temporal assassin. When you were dropping off the Gorn captain at Deep Space Aegis, she was the one who set up the genetic tracer to cause that Gorn officer to go crazy and attack the Gorn captain. And she was also the one who jumped you guys as you were transporting the Gorn captain across Deep Space Aegis towards solitary confinement.
Okay. So, I guess I'll try to shoot her again. This is kind of futile.
You are in melee with her, so Corbin, how does the melee rolls go again? So it's increased diff, isn't it? There's
If
some
you're
special
in contact range of somebody.
Yep.
If
you're in
try to shoot them.
Yep, if you're in contact range with someone and then you try to shoot them, it's diff 3. Otherwise, you can do an opposed fitness test to take a step back.
Although I might suggest, Doctor, that you might have, I would presume you have your med kit on you, and you might want to just jab her full of very unpleasant chemicals, so it becomes a medical attack rather than you trying to play the security game with her.
Okay, I'll give that a shot.
Absolutely.
Too many cc's of some sort of sedative. I don't care what. It's gonna make you not regret your morning.
Yeah.
During medicine, diff 2. Yeah, we'll just go with diff 2.
During medicine. Okay. Does that mean I can give you does this mean I can give her I can give you a threat for bold also medicine?
Absolutely. That'll work.
Okay. All right. I guess we'll give this a roll here. Reroll.
Okay, so you got 3 momentum, so you have 1 float. Go ahead and roll me 7 challenge dice. 2 plus your medicine. That is 5, 6, 7. She only has armor of 1. That is enough to knock her out. As you jab her full of a hypo spray, she falls to the ground, and the case she was carrying spills over. And it's just vial after vial of Chigo blood samples. Apparently, she was hiding as a nurse and taking blood samples of key people and bringing back to the past, yes, where she can and take care of this.
Oh,
where she could go back and genetically engineer these people.
Okay. Do I see a way out?
Oh, you do have 1 float. Did you want to use that for something?
Yeah, can I spend it to use my phaser to destroy the vials? I guess not. Did I lose you?
Yes, you may. Why did my mic muted? That was weird. Yep. You pull out the phaser and vaporize the vials and the case and all evidence of it. Meanwhile, approximately 40 years in the future, Throk, you just saw your friend and doctor get tackled by an assassin and run into a closet.
She picked up a device, right, from one of the downed ones. Can I go
yeah,
into the other one and see if there's a similar device or an identical device?
So look through this person. Sure. Insight security, diff 2. That'll be your roll for this turn.
Yeah.
So with my diplomatic knowledge, not just kidding.
I think I get a report on this from.
I mean, from a different time, so it is a different culture.
Exactly. Insight security, so you're gonna get 1 threat. And I'm just gonna roll flat.
The second one that you down does not appear here to have this case. They have a bunch of other cool devices.
So they didn't have the thing that let her jump through the wall with the doctor?
Nope.
Dang it. I'll just kick her.
So, run report for excessive violence.
He moved.
Yeah, she has some sort of communication device, a weird futuristic tricorder, type 2 phaser, a poison dagger, and a box with a button on it. You're not sure what it does.
I'm gonna call dibs on absolutely all of that.
You can certainly try.
I mean, so should be somebody to take it sooner or later.
You can certainly try.
Maybe this combat badge can talk to the bog wherever he is.
One momentum,
I think
and
it's
you
my
can
turn.
loot all that stuff.
Yeah, totally.
Back in the present or past.
No, this is all in the future.
Oh my goodness, we are so confused. Sadly, Dr. Bog, they are still here. As another assassin appears around the corner, very upset.
I see, but this one's already knocked out. So.
Just fall on the ground dead.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, because I keep copying them in the state of they were knocked out.
You're getting ahead of it. You're see?
Yeah,
you're
getting
good.
ahead of it.
You're doing good.
Yeah, this assassin again just kind of walks around the corner as if they're coming in always, and is going to try oppose daring security as she pulls out a knife.
Oh shoot! That's
Sorry, Doctor. No loose ends in the timeline.
I'm gonna type something to you because I don't think I'm. This is bad for me.
Okay.
Let's see here. Because I gotta try to stop this chick here. This is getting ridiculous.
Yep.
Yeah, there's like 4 of her unconscious now. And I gotta go future gun.
Right now, what is it? Whisper, Doctor.
Okay, I'm doing that.
Two
Prepare to-
momentum.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep, two
that's
momentum to quickly do that.
Preparing to change my mind if I don't get stabbed to death.
All right. Opposed as daring security. Yeah. This is do or die at this point. I'm spending all my threat. I'm rolling 4 dice.
Oh.
I mean, you have the momentum to spend back there, Doc.
Oh, is that? Can I do that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is the post roll.
All right, I'll spend.
And determination's a thing too if you have one.
I'll spend 3. I don't have a determination that's probably going to be. Well, I don't know. The drive.
Try me.
The drive to heal and save lives. Is that me? Maybe.
Yeah. Stopping this assassin would save a lot of lives throughout the
Okay.
timeline.
All right.
I will allow that spend, and
Okay.
2 more for a 3rd dice.
Okay.
So you can roll 3.
That-
I'll roll 4, and you get a +2.
And this is this to block him or to carry out what I maybe
This is to block them. The
Okay.
thing you whispered is ready to go.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, this is just your melee to melee.
Okay.
And
And I'm selecting. Is this like fitness? security or
daring
something?
security.
I must say I probably don't have a focus for this.
Hand-to-hand combat, evasion,
Yeah. none of that.
athletics.
Yeah,
Dentistry.
I did not take any of that kind of stuff.
This is the same person I told him to punch in the face.
Okay.
Collaboration is still the same person.
All right. We going?
Technically, it is the same scene. I mean, the collaboration works for the scene, correct? Or is it just per roll?
I don't know.
I think
look
it's
that
just the roll. Let me check.
Let's look that up.
I don't know.
That seems important.
Yeah. It'd be very powerful this whole scene.
Yeah.
Collaboration.
I think it's only
It's probably
Pehzo.
per
Attempts to
per
task.
roll.
Yeah,
You
so it's
did-
per roll.
But you did switch scenes too, didn't you?
No, this is all kind of the same scene, even if we're spread
Okay.
across the timeline. But the collaboration is only per roll. Although technically you are in the same scene, kind of you're in the same space, sort of. You might be in this. You might be on a
Oh, we
different
have to be
planet.
able to. I have to be able to communicate with him, so that won't work anyway.
Yeah. All right. So during security,
Flip on the communicator. It chirps at her belt. And she goes, "What?"
I'm on speaker on her belt. Punch his face.
Yeah.
Pure momentum. It happens.
all right, Doc. You have a
Oh no.
maybe.
Oh.
We match.
Cool. Succeeded cost.
Is
Do
that
you
a
wanna
1?
I don't know.
It's 1-1, so yeah, we match. I
Do you
don't
have any sort of reroll?
I am out of fuel, so if you have a
Hmm.
reroll, determination you want to spend,
Well, I just spent it.
Milestone?
milestone,
Can I give Bog mine?
you can't communicate with him.
Okay.
You have a save milestone, maybe?
No, not really. Nothing.
As you grapple with each other, she comes at you with the knife. You manage to grab at the wrist and point the knife away from you. You see that it's coated in a slick poison fresh from the sheath, and you're struggling against each other. You are this isn't your jam. You're not really a security officer, but you manage to hold up against her as the phaser on your belt whines. It gets louder and louder and louder. And it is about to overload. Dr. Bog, your heroic moment.
Yep, I'm gonna let it go. I gotta stop this chick.
Any last words? As she realizes, oh shit.
I'm coming home, Diana. That's my wife's name.
Oh, that's. Oh.
As the phaser explodes, taking you both out 40 years in the past. That's not the one I want. Dr. Airbog, I'm gonna drag you down onto another channel.
Okay. Yeah.
As the phaser explodes, there's a bright light. It hurts for a little bit, but then it doesn't. As I should be able to do this. You still in game?
Yep.
Cool. Do that. The light fades, and you appear in a blue void. Stand in front of you, the mischievous man. Sly smile. It's Q.
Oh.
Slowly claps his hands. Doctor, I didn't think you had it in you.
Well, I didn't think I did either. But I can't abide by this woman, the genocide she was doing.
Indeed, because she wasn't able to get away, and you effectively destroyed her and her tracker. She is no longer a viable asset in the temporal Cold Wars. Her patron would be quite upset at such things. But sadly, they will not be able to take angry revenge upon you.
Well, I guess that's a good thing. Does this mean I'm going home?
Indeed it does, as my good friend. You have done a great service to the frontier, to the timeline, and you have suffered long enough. You've done many great and good things and saved many people's lives. And he nods behind you.
I'll turn.
A doorway of light opens up, and up on a hill, this idyllic green hill, there's a little house, little windmill, nice tree, tire swing in the yard, and there's a little girl swinging on the tire swing.
Bog will just sob and say Hannah and start walking towards the door.
She turns around and sees you and comes running down the hill screaming, "Daddy, Daddy."
Bog will take her up in his arms and hug her.
Our wife, Diana, comes out of the house and sees you.
I'll kind of shift Hannah to my hip and walk up to give her a hug.
I thought I lost you, Phineas.
I'm here now.
Welcome home.
And I'll just hug my family.
As Q closes the door and you are allowed out an existence. You're not sure if this is a pitch fever dream of a dying brain or truly a gift from on an independent being. But to your eyes, you have come home. You raised your daughter, watched her grow up, sent her off to college. You and your wife grow old together. Your daughter starts her own little family, and you have grandkids over. The span of a few seconds, you've had a lifetime of experiences with your family. Till one night, peacefully, droof off to sleep in your wife's arms. You never wake up.
Okay.
And that is the end of your chapter.
Okay.
Let's break the fourth wall for a moment. I am so glad to have had you in my game. You're a wonderful player. You're always knowledgeable and helpful. And you're just a good all around out person, and I am proud to have played with you.
Well, I've enjoyed every bit of it. I hate that work and some other things are taking me away, but I think this is a cool way to finish the arc of Phineas Bog, and look forward to maybe being able to play with you again in the future.
Absolutely. Took me a little bit to kind of figure out with the Chigo thing and then your thing at the same time how to get both of those plots at the same time, but I think this worked out very well.
Well,
and it was a
I
telling
so.
send-off.
I think it kind of stunned everybody too, which is kind of cool. That's what I was hoping for too.
Yep.
So, yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Will I get a chance? I'm going to get a chance to say bye to everybody, aren't I?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're gonna go
Okay.
back up there and kind of explain what happens.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, no one really knows about your dream sequence except you and your wife and Q, because that was just kind of a thing that happened.
Okay. Is that going to be in the episode?
Yeah, that was
Okay.
that was on air.
Okay, cool.
Yep. So other people can find out about that if they wish.
Nice. All right.
And I will make sure to note the timestamp of that. Cool. Yep. Let's go back to the channel.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Pend had that.
Yeah, Pend, yeah, probably.
So, anyways,
So, I'm trying to dial the time police on the comm device I have. 911.
911 time police.
Hello, time police.
You have to-
It's me again.
You have to spell out time
Star.
police on the number pad, though.
Yes.
Well, I'll just calm the time police ship because I know I forgot it. Never mind.
The Mariposa. Yeah, you
Hello,
don't know the
time police. It's me again.
I mean, maybe. Control, engineering. Yeah, you're looking at like a diff 6 or a nigh impossible task to use this thing, because you look at this communicator and you're like, this is dialing through dimensions I only know theoretically. What the heck?
I mean, if you want to phone a friend, I could probably help with that.
I did have a backup plan, but it might get me in a lot of trouble.
You kind of tense up for a moment because last we heard, you were rifling through people's pockets. You just seen Dr. Bog fly through the linen closet, and he hasn't come out yet.
Oh, he went through. I thought he went through a wall. He went through a closet into a closet.
He went into a closet.
Oh, open closet.
There's linens there, surprisingly. Nothing there.
Vaporizes wall.
I mean, you could.
They went through the closet door. Why couldn't they have gone through the wall?
No, the door was open.
Oh.
Yeah. They didn't like phase through the wall. The door.
Oh, I
the
thought
door
they
flew
phased through the wall.
No, the door flew open and then they fell through it. And there's nothing in there.
There's a hologram.
Better start punching it just to make sure.
No, you have to run full on. Just headbutt it. It's the only way the hologram will shut off.
I run and achieve the appropriate speed to time travel, which I believe is, 85 miles an hour?
88. No.
88. Thank you very much.
I have a science of 1. It's 85.
That sounds accurate.
No, I'm gonna hit my comm badge and comm the captain, and this entire place is on lockdown, and that kind of thing.
Yep.
Search teams, find them.
Sure. Would the ships be helping at this point? Yeah, the ships will be helping. How wide of a search pattern are you going for? The complex, city, the planet, the galaxy?
Yes. Well, start complex. That doesn't work. Planet.
Alright, searching the whole planet is going to be rough, but sure.
That's.
I mean,
like
you start
the
with
job.
complex.
Yeah, start with complex. If they're not there, then we move on. But.
You search the complex, and nothing comes up. Control security, diff 4 to search the entire planet.
Right.
You sure?
I mean, time travel lady's gone now, right?
In theory.
Although if she came back, I could steal her time travel thing.
No.
What? You have to go rescue
how much threat?
1.
Curses. Sure.
As much as I would love to stab her again, that might not be the best idea.
I mean, she might just come back with a stab-proof vest.
Also
Not a
known as
thing.
armor.
That's not a thing.
Yeah, but calling it a stab-proof vest is funny.
That's absolutely not a thing.
Oh, and the Gungnir sensor security, and I suppose the Maxwell Planck would also help.
Yeah, sure. Sensor security of the Maxwell Planck is helping drops the diff.
Same with the
same-
Sensors.
Yeah, sensors. Yeah, same with the Gungnir. So I guess that only
Okay.
drops once. It only drops once. It's not gonna
Okay.
stack. That seems silly.
We scan through time and find it.
6 successes.
6 successes on 4. You scour the planet up one side, down on the other. You're even scanning underground. There's no sign of Dr. Bog's signature, nor or the temporal assassin. No chronotons either.
Okay, well, I wanna. Can I set my tricorder, or can I have someone set something up that an anti-chronoton field so nobody else can pop in or out?
Yes, that would
have somebody
totally.
set that up. Because I can't.
Yeah. Chronotons are kind of screwy, but this takes place over the last couple hours, so it takes at least an hour to scan the planet. So all of you guys can freely move around and stuff.
I've got both temporal people in like chronoton holding, anti-chronoton holding facilities.
I'll be right back. Okay.
Yep. Control Science Diff 3 to set up the anti-chronoton fields. Anyone can help on this.
Help me.
Sure.
Myth, how familiar are you with anti-chronotons?
I have a focus in temporal mechanics.
Oh, you might know the number of the time police.
No.
Would you call them up for me?
That is an impossible task.
Diff 6?
Nope, impossible.
You don't want to hear my backup plan to get them to show up, GM. Not great.
No.
Is it going to be
Not
akin to Loki shouting at the people at Pompeii?
Yeah, kinda. I'm just gonna walk up to a random person and tell them about those big bad guys who showed up and tried to destroy Starbase Aegis.
But yeah, GM, I'm assuming a focus in temporal mechanics helps here.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right. Control science. Do you want me to lead or assist on this roll?
Lead.
All right.
You can't tell a chronoton from a photon.
I know a photon.
Those are the things that go in
Oh.
torpedoes,
Yeah, exactly.
and
Science of
nothing
one,
else.
Science of 1, not science of 0. You had some.
True.
Yeah.
You took the basic classes like 4 years ago, man.
Yeah, I still know some of my first year stuff.
4, more like 8.
8 years, yeah.
GM, I am activating my talent augmented control, bumping my complication range up to 3. I'm getting a free success.
All right.
I'm curious, actually, how long?
All right.
Ash, you can assist if you want.
Sorry, 12 years ago.
Sorry, I meant to say I was taking a momentum for that because I
Okay.
rolled 3 dice.
We're missing things here. There we go.
Yeah.
Ah,
And reroll 18. Not still an 18.
Goodness. But that was a diff 3. You got 5, so that's 2. Would
We
you
got
like
6
squash?
successes total.
Oh, 6
Because I got a free.
You
yeah.
did get 3. Would you like to squash?
Yes.
Alright, so 1 extra. As you're able to beam these people up to the Gungnir, and you set up a very special anti-chronoton field in the brig, and you're able to stop them and from being whisked away back through time.
all the security.
All the security. After all this is done, Calder and Holana, what would you be doing during all this? As leader Pokar is kind of confused and curious and a little bit in tizzle at figuring out that there was a firefight in the hospital.
I would ask for a status support from Ash.
Yeah, Ash, you can freely give it.
Temporal assassin. both of the same temporal assassins are in custody. One's still missing, so is Dr. Bog.
What happened?
Well, we know who's poisoning the Chigos. Looks like they were collecting something. Because I didn't see the blood, right? That was only Bog.
You just saw a
I
box.
just saw they were. Yeah.
You saw a
They were trying to
container.
escape with something. I couldn't tell what it was. They, I don't know, teleported out before I could grab them. I've got 2 in the brig, and they're not going anywhere.
Leader Pokar, have you had any conflict with temporal agents before, or anyone trying to mess with, trying to manipulate your timeline? I know your people deal with rather advanced technologies, but I wasn't aware you were under threat from temporal threats.
Not that I'm aware of. Would they know about the? Yeah, they would know about the Chigo concern. That's kind of temporal stuff, but nothing since the Chigo concern.
I know you had rivals, but do we have a species about the attacker?
What was it, Romulan?
Yeah, Romulan. Mostly Romulan. There's a little bit of mixed heritage in there.
Appears to be Romulan. I'll just give a description.
Romulan, 5'7", in lean build.
Oh no, I just sent him a live feed of the brig.
Yeah.
Just like here. This chick.
I grab a pad rather than put it up, put the display and show the leader. Do you know who this is?
That's one of your officers. In fact, she was a... Was that a nurse? She was at the hospital the other day.
Wait, I recognize the face, don't I?
You do recognize the face.
Captain?
They shot
I
at you.
turned around
I
and
know.
pointed at him like, oh. Like I just clued in who this was.
I mean,
That is not one of my crew.
No, it is not.
I mean, Ash did say temporal assassin, and that is a temporal assassin.
Yeah, Myth, give me Insight Command Diff 2.
For what?
To see if you recognize this person in your crew roster.
Using the trait analytical, lower the diff.
Diff 1.
Alright. And focus in Starfleet protocols, knowing my crew.
Absolutely.
Alright, well, I hit it.
You hit it. This person normally isn't on your crew, but knowing that you were going to go to the Chigo concern, she was part of the crew rotation as you're trying to get more medical staff on board. You just picked her up from DSC like a week ago. She was part of
We picked up this individual from DSC during part of our repair efforts, preparing for this mission.
Captain, I think you may wish to brief the commander on your Starfleet matters. And Halana gives him a look like he wants to say more, and then he at the leader, like, I can't say this in front of him. Plus, I'm not clear to say it anyway.
You're not clear to say
Captain
it.
Calder, we can meet after this then. Unless it is pressing that we discussed at this moment.
In the meantime,
Yeah, I need to get a status report on the rest of my crew.
in the meantime, about this trade deal. We hear concerns about something going on northward or coreward.
Toward Klingon space? Oh, what have you heard?
Terrible things about the Quaqua gathering resources.
While that matter is concerning, leader, I did not want to bring it up in the same space as our trade and furthering defense negotiations, so as to not spark the possibility of the Federation's having any ulterior motive for our assistance here. Rest assured, we are fully committed to helping out where we can, separate from any assistance.
So you offer a defense pack, knowing that you would be called on this very quickly. Is this correct?
That is not what I meant, no. I'm suggesting that any efforts that the Chigo Alliance are willing to contribute towards this security concern should be treated separately from our attempts to aid in your infrastructure and resource shortages.
One need not beget the other.
Precisely.
And now for the big roll of the night.
I shoot him. Vaporize him right here. Problem solved. Oh.
Presence Command
Never mind.
and Diff 4 to convince and Pokar to accept Federation aid on a more long-term basis. Given that you have shown to be truthful, that you have honest motivations, you're willing to meet them halfway as well as their culture, and you have made great efforts to protect not only him, but his people.
Okay,
That's a weird description for a phaser roll.
Okay, one threat and 2 momentum for 4 dice.
Okay, and Holana and Myth can assist.
Alright.
I mean, Daiba could assist, but I'm not sure what she's going to do.
Yeah,
She'll help with the
Stand
phaser
there.
roll.
Menacingly.
Diplo Vice is still in effect.
Wiggling that 20.
Why are you rolling security?
Oh. And I'm rolling insight. Well, it's the same, so let's just...
We'll just roll with it. And Myth,
Assist.
you wanna assist? There we go.
Pardon me. Sorry.
Sorry, running late.
No. I've run out of coffee.
All right, gain 1 on momentum. Consider for a moment. You spend a long time hashing over the details, like an ungodly long time hashing over the details and minutia. But finally, at the end, and you have a trade and research agreement with the Chigo.
A
Along
real
with
one, like the one the Andromeda tried to make.
A real one, unlike
A Federation sanctioned one, too.
Haha, suck it, Andromeda.
Oi.
Hey, we're dead. We can't suck anything.
Oh god. Hi
I think
GM, how
we're
are
dead.
you
I don't even
doing?
know.
You know what? I have 2 threats. That Tempo Assassin comes back. She leaps through the window and stabs you.
The GM was the captain of the Andromeda.
Oh, yeah.
That's why that was so funny. God.
But yes,
So, yeah.
you have preliminary Harry,
No, equipment, I knew.
you have diplomatic and economic relations opened up with the Chigo Alliance.
Woohoo.
Ross, we kind
Don't
of
say
forgot
that
about
word.
Ross, we kind of forgot about you for a moment there.
That's all right.
As you've been digging through the infrastructure of this place, and then you heard over comms that there was a scuffle. Well, there's a scuffle in the hospital, and then Dr. Bog has gone missing.
I'll call up to the bridge and see if there's anything we can do from here to help.
You can certainly help with just keeping an eye out, but unless you want to drop repair efforts and help with this.
No, probably shouldn't leave it, but I'll notify all teams on the ground to keep an eye out for Bog and report in if he's seen.
Continue the night. Lot of hard work, but you managed to make a sizable dent on keeping the infrastructure up, at least for the time being. Fortunately, because you went to the ground and you didn't have time to work on the replicator technology, but that could be a standing thing you could work on at a later time and forward it to them. That project is still sitting on your bench.
Okay.
After we've got the deals sorted out, I will be asking the Chigo for assistance against the Quaqua, but as a separate thing.
As a separate thing.
Yeah. It's like, here we are providing this aid, it is no strings attached. Also, we would like your aid, but it's not related to that.
What kind of aid would you like? Military aid support, ships, financial, technology?
Any ships they can spare right now.
That's gonna be a hard sell.
Yeah, it is.
But you did come into a recent agreement with them, and you did come into a recent agreement with them, and that makes this role possible, and you did help when they were in. You did show efforts and help that they were in crisis.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And we did fail to bombard their planet, even though we totally could have.
I mean, that's just a standard thing. Presence Command Diff 4 Comp 2 is get any diplomatic or any military aid from the Chigo.
Okay.
Calder, you want to lead on this? Or?
I mean...
Yeah, I'll lead on it. 1 threat, 2 momentum for 4 dice.
Alright.
Ooh.
Oh.
I'm gonna spend that dip blow thing to decrease the comp by 1.
Oh, that'll work.
And I'm gonna wiggle that 20.
1 hit. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to spend my determination to wiggle those 3.
To what value?
By failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail.
Literally what you're doing here. You're trying to prepare. Much better.
That's an insight security roll.
Just out of 1.
It's a 1 and a 7 though, so it's gonna hit.
Yep. It's gonna hit. So
the question is, does that 14 hit with presence?
I mean,
what's your presence command?
9 and 5.
So yeah.
That would hit.
Yeah.
So 1 more. since you brought this up separately, they decide in their own interests is they will send some ships over to assist. Not their full military force, but at least a squadron.
At this point, their full military force might be a squadron.
Maybe. At this point, you all can reconvene on the ship, if you would like.
Yeah, I believe the captain and I have a meeting to attend to.
Before I step away from the two command officers, I'll probably say just as a throwaway. If they don't have enough ships, you may want to look into purchasing mercenaries. They may not be able to field their entire navy, but there are enterprising free security fighter pilots out there that may be willing to take latinum and precious gems. I know Federation frowns on such things, but whatever it is you're so desperate to be ready for, maybe hiring a few freelance pilots will be to your benefit.
I will take that under advisement.
And fifth, you can also be at the table.
Oh, a full command staff meeting. Okay.
Yep.
Thought it was just a Calder
search
and I.
high and low. Full command staff meeting right now, and then you'll have a sidebar.
Cool.
But you've searched high and low. There is no sign of Dr. Bog. But should you wish, you can spend some more time in orbit of this planet helping with infrastructure and earning the good graces of the Chigo. Or what's your next move?
To be honest, Captain, I have no idea. I've searched the entire planet.
At this point, you've even searched in orbit and sent sensors out throughout the system.
That.
Is the disappearance of Dr. Bog related to the apprehension of a temporal security threat?
Yes.
Then it's possible that the search should not be so much a where as a when.
Oh. Yeah.
Sadly, I don't think we have any way of finding when.
Well, I've got this. Pulls out her future tricorder.
Okay,
Both of her true. I just took all of it. Yeah, I got both of them here.
Yeah.
we use the
And I have this future comm badge. I don't know how it works.
we could use the if we link the tricorder to the ship, we might be able to use it to find a Bog's comm badge.
I would hesitate and remind the captain of the temporal directives.
What actually are those? Like, out of character, what did they actually say?
Please don't mess with the timeline. For the love of all that is good and holy, please do not mess with the timeline.
How does that? How does
Specifically,
that work
the thing-
if somebody's already coming back and messing with the timeline?
Actually, the
Stop
fun
them.
part of it, the fun part of it is that it's the big concern is us knowing stuff ahead of us. So knowing
Yeah.
things in your future is dangerous. Knowing things in your past through time travel is fine.
Yeah.
But knowing stuff from your future is not.
And having future tech is generally frowned upon.
I mean,
Then leave it with the prisoner.
I mean, we're using the tricorder to prevent a potential paradox.
I tried to call the time police, but I didn't know how.
You mean
Why?
the Department of Temporal Investigations?
No,
Says
no.
Solana.
Yes.
No. I think he means actual future.
No. Shh.
Hold on,
Myth looks
I'm
around.
confused.
No.
Yes, the temporal direct investigations. Couldn't get a signal.
Yeah.
Well, I would advise that the technology acquired from the temporal agent be contained, and temporal investigations will probably wish to confiscate it at the earliest opportunity.
Speaking of which, Ashton and Calder, exactly how on the record are you can go about this? You do have this opportunity to totally try to hide this from the temporal police and keep this to yourself, so to speak.
I mean, I'm only going to throw in the connection to the. You know what? Not. I remember what happened. Happened the last time.
Mm-hmm.
This stays between us because the last time Naya did attempted to do a gag order, someone filed a report and we lost a ton of evidence we could use to help us.
Yeah, so no reports on this?
Presence command difficulty. Oh, computers. That was computers command.
Okay. One
To
moment.
effectively make the gag order on this and bury the evidence in a place in case no one can find it.
Okay. Take a threat, GM. Rolling one of those zeros.
And communication.
Is this conversation happening right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
The room's sealed and stuff.
Yeah. There's someone in this room who isn't under your command structure. Who reports directly to someone who outranks you.
I'll order him to leave.
That's not who they're talking about.
That's not who they're talking about. Myth reports to someone else.
Yeah.
Myth reports.
Wait, I asked them to kindly leave.
Before or after you start talking about this?
Definitely
middle of
before.
Oh crap!
Because it's kind of already out of the bag.
Goodness.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I don't like time.
Yeah.
Computers command from the ship.
At best, here you're gonna have reports that don't line up. I'm just saying that as a warning because Myth will report the full truth.
Yeah,
as she knows it.
As 2 threat is spent.
So what? I'm confused. So we're just not reporting this, or what's happening?
You're not reporting it, and you're making active efforts to not report this and bury the information that time travel has been a thing, and that you have this tech.
Better idea.
Yes.
Just send the report to solely Naya.
Naya's eyes only. Okay. You still have the loose end of Myth, because Myth reports to Grennan first, then Naya.
I'm going to explain the situation to what happened on DSA, just about.
Well, we can have that scene if you want, because we're gonna meet after this.
Or we
All right.
just.
After you guys get that all figured out. Anything else the command staff wants to discuss? Have a missing crew member out there.
Yeah, are we just leaving Bog where he is? We have to find it. And if Myth is right, it's not where he is, it's when.
All right, I'm all right. Insight science, diff 2. Someone make this roll, please.
Bog was our science when the actual science officer's not here.
I'll call in Patterson if we have any space.
All right, insight command.
I could do
Alana,
insight
how's your
science for
science?
11.
Mine's a 9.
Okay, who has the highest science? Because I'll just direct.
I'm at 11 total.
All right, go for it.
Direct, and I'm using my pike metal for a +2 success.
All right, so you're just rolling from momentum at this point.
Unless I get double zeros, at which point it's immaterial. So just in case, I'll grab the moment.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Well.
Yay.
Wow.
You meet a lot of people when you smuggle guns during a war.
So, fun thing about time travel, it either goes forward or backwards, and based on the power of the device as you got, they didn't go far, either through time or through space. So if you were able to go through Chigo historical records...
Yeah, if you're lucky, they only fell down in time a good, I don't know, a few decades at most, no more than a century.
Okay.
No more than a century.
Do we know if they went forward or back?
If
You're
they went
not
forward,
sure.
there's nothing.
If you went forward, there's not nothing
sorry,
you can do.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I could get some to go and get some information for the past 100 years.
You probably just buy it for a few credits, really.
Yeah. Just like here's a
concerning-
piece of gold.
Concerning what? Because I'll just dump their entire Wikipedia server on you for a good price. You can narrow the search terms.
Okay, pretty much what happened at the past 100 years at that facility that states anything from...
Alright, so we have the time period. We have
yeah.
a location. What events are you looking for?
Anything.
I'm looking for Google search terms.
A keyword alien.
Unexplained phenomenon, Xenos.
Yeah, like alien.
Thank you.
You could narrow it down further by saying human for the last year, and then Wuhu for the next 100, because humans look like Wuhu to them, so they might mistake him for Wuhu in a weird uniform.
Yeah, I'll just.
Okay, that works. To get these records, it'll cost 2 momentum to just buy it.
I mean, let me check. Call this sheet because I do have money. How many ships of latinum?
For that much information, you're talking bars. At least a bar. Because that's a lot. You might be able to haggle them.
Okay, yeah, 2 momentum. I only have 8 ships of platinum.
That's you're broke, dude.
All right. All right. Ship's gonna help with this. Reason.
I was just thinking of the role. I also just had to point out we have 2 of the same person in the brig right now.
Oh, that's not confusing at all. They're twins.
They're not, but sure.
Except they don't have, anything flipped, so they're not twins.
They have absolutely no differences. Yeah. Well, that's a lie. One of them has a cut on one side. One of them has a cut on the other.
All right.
One has a goatee.
He's feminine bodied, so no facial hair.
Hey, wait.
I mean,
come on.
Okay.
It's the 24th century. You can totally do that.
Ash, do you want to take a lead?
Yeah,
Criminal investigation will work.
She's smart mouth and he wants to say wise big. That is what it's called. So.
I'll take a threat.
I suppose a civil
Sure,
investigation.
Oh, didn't
Yeah. And computer security as you're combing through decades and decades of information.
My God, half of these records are just sales.
Yep. Computer security.
I think you mean 80% of these records are sales.
You're right.
Adverts.
computer security from the Gungnir, please.
Okay,
Someone
I
do
got
that.
it.
Thank you. All right. Your investigation talent does come in. You comb the records. Couple soft hits, but nothing that really sticks until one time there's a report about 40 years ago of a random explosion in a hospital. Apparently, EPS relay randomly overloaded, but it's inconclusive. There appears to have been two new people caught in the blast. Definitely alien, possibly a Wuhu, but there's some differences, yes, and they're not sure about it.
See the feature-length movie about how evil this was, and what terrorist plots the Wuhu were up to. Now, it's our network.
Do they do like we do and take like DNA samples and keep them for later analysis, tech advances and things?
For a certain price.
Yeah, I thought so.
We don't have the momentum for it.
Give threat.
Would you like to buy a twin?
I mean,
would you like to? Would you like to buy this genetic information?
Yeah, we would like to buy this genetic information.
Two opportunity. So threat and momentum.
Yeah, let's do it.
You have it, and let's cut to the chase. Ace here, because goodness. One of the samples is Romulan and matches the person in your brig. Another one matches a Phineas Bog. It's a stunned silence, and realization washes over the senior staff.
I barely knew the guy. So. Do any of you need a drink or?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Calder or Myth, you can have your sidebar now.
Okay. I'll explain that the last the last time we dealt with these temporal assassins and we were able to subdue them Admiral Nea ordered me to not say any. Well, me and everyone on the station to not make any report about this, but one complaint slipped through, and by doing that both the unconscious assassins and all of the belongings disappeared with them.
I will have to verify this, of course, with the Admiral. However, I will not file any unclassified reports about this matter.
I really don't want to lose any more. Don't want to lose the trail after having such a heavy cost to be for nothing.
I understand. I will make sure to take the appropriate security precautions.
Thank you.
And with that, you take a time to
drink. Oh no, there's still one more thing.
Oh, there's still one more thing? Go ahead.
I'm going first thing. Wait until Myth leaves the room, and I'm the only one there.
Okay. You are by yourself.
With that sitting in, I'm going to punch the wall as hard as I can.
Fitness security, diff 3.
Your
I'm
forehand.
going take all the debt because this is going to be as hard as he can. So fitness security.
You're
And
rolling 5
5 dice.
dice. Go for it.
Yes. And I don't. Oh shit.
That is okay. So I said diff 3. That is. Why can I not do math? 4, 5, 6. All right. So you gain 3 momentum, but cool thing about threat is I can spend it 1 for 1 for damage. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 damage, and your hand's broken.
I'll do that. Put my hand in my pocket.
As you turn around, hey, a familiar face shows up. That was very silly, humorous, but I don't think you meant to do that. As the one and only Q shows up. Handsome, devilish, charming, smaller forehead than the other guy.
What do you want, Q?
Well, first of all, I wanted to laugh at your misfortune in breaking your hand off of a temper tantrum. So, haha. And I wanted to tell you that while Bog is gone, know that his sacrifice was not in vain. Did a lot of good work out here. And him setting the phaser to overload was as the only chance he had at permanently stopping this temporal assassin from going back and forth. He broke the chain with himself.
I kind of thought him using a Type 1 would almost be the death of him.
Ironic. But I also wanted to say that he's in a better place now. Don't worry about him.
I'm good. Guess you played a part of him having a good afterlife.
I wouldn't say I directly intervened.
I mean more tap a scale.
After all he was longing and missing for, and everything that was searching for on the frontier, he finally found the one thing he was missing. The one thing that he left on a scorched colonial world all those years ago. And the great human adventure continues, as they say. Well, seems like you have a battle coming up. Should be fun to watch. I'm rooting for you. Given the good old 1-2, although you might want to get that hand looked at before you do.
Ask for Q powers.
Any response, Calder?
I would say I see you latest soon, but I'd be lying to you to say I enjoy your company.
I enjoy your company, and you too. You're a lot more down to earth than some of the other captains in queues is kind of hang out with. Ta-da! And with a snap, he winks back out of existence. You gather together. Various drinks are procured of the alcoholic kinds as soon as Ross unlocks the replicator. You sit in remembrance and in gratitude of the friendship if you had with the good doctor. And
I mean, my hand is still in my like my hand isn't leaving the pocket too.
It hurts, but
I mean, there's a chance there could be bleeding with how hard I punched, and blood is seeping out. Staining, well, blood stain will be shown.
Is the see, Asham, did he head out? I'm not seeing him in the room anymore.
Hold on, you can come back with the alcohol at this time.
Oh no, I'm not being accused of drinking. Getting.
he said meet him later in a speakeasy.
Oh, we have a speakeasy?
Not really.
I didn't know. Do we have a speakeasy? I would love to have a speakeasy on this ship.
You could.
We could.
He was more than
should.
invited. He's probably still in there. I thought the captain cleared the room. That was why I moved him. No, he's probably still in there just serving people what the replicator will let him drink. He just offered that he has Gungnir in personal storage. He's like, well, if you want to drink it, I'll serve it to you later after your shift when I get it from storage.
I mean, it
because it's real Gungnir, and I'm not breaking that out now. Because you all are controlling very expensive blowing up materials.
Well, you're off duty. You have a night of remembrance and grief.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
I'm trying to have a moment here. You shut your mouth.
I'm complaining to Ross while Asham's not around about how the time police are freaking useless. They can't even deal with one chick. Well, one person.
3,
multiple
4.
times.
5.
6, 7,
I don't know that.
10, 11, 12.
Completely useless.
Yeah, they seem to be rather ineffectual. I don't know if that's on purpose or not, but
I mean, they don't even respond when you dial 911 on your comm badge. I tried. I even did star.
As the night I lulls on, you have your various conversations, and a night of remembrance, of joy, and of sorrow. We end tonight's episode on this mournful note that I've been trying to get you guys on.
Oh yeah, gosh, there's some mysterious dent over there. Can you get someone to fix it?
yeah, we'll have that.
Bold of
buffed
you
out.
to assume that bone can dent duranium.
The duranium did not dent. Your hand dented.
We'll have that
There's a
buffed out.
splatter.
As we end tonight's episode of the USS Gungnir, and sadly the final episode with our good Dr. Bog. Dr. Bog, are you there?
Yep.
Would you like to say anything else to the crew on air, or would you like to have this off air?
We'll just have it off air. That's fine.
All right. As we say our final goodbyes, and we will see you next week.